whole lot of commentaries, commentarial exercise, which began with Buddhaghosa, then further continued with the commentators such as the Mapala and the commentators who wrote Mulatikas and so on and so forth. So we had a good lineage under the leadership of Buddhaghosa. I mean, recently, as we all know, that the scholars talk about the authorship of the Abhidhamma and the Vinaya commentaries, and they say that this is done under the supervision of Buddhaghosa, but not by Buddhaghosa himself. And that is also the case with the commentaries such as the Dhammapadatta Katha and the Jatakatta Katha. The point is that this particular phase in Pali, I call it a second revival. This is actually the first revival of Pali. This is a second phase of Pali literature, which is a revival phase, and where special emphasis was given to develop the exegetical literature in Pali. And that continued almost till 8th, 9th century. And then came the 10th century, which is important from our point of view. In the 10th century, a Sri Lankan monk scholar, Ratnamati, who is also known as Ratnashri Jnana, he visited India. And this erudite Sri Lankan monk, he wrote in different languages. He wrote in Pali. He also wrote in Sanskrit. And what is important is that he was he lived under the Palas and in the region of Bodh Gaya. And this monk scholar not only wrote texts related to Pali Tipitaka literature, I mean, but he also showed great interest and composed texts on secular subjects. Ratnashri Jnana was well known for his commentary on Dandin's Kavyadarsha, which he wrote in Sanskrit, Ratnashri Tika. Then he also wrote texts on in Sanskrit on Chandra Vakarana, the Chandragomin's Chandra Vakarana. And he also kind of a commentary called Panchika on the Chandra Vakarana, but he also wrote Shabdartha Chinta, another text on Sanskrit grammar, and basically it's a philosophy of language, on the theme of philosophy of language. And he wrote many other texts, which also included Maitreya Vyakarana and also recently the scholar Dragomir Dimitrov has also ascribed Dinacharita to this scholar after his thorough research. So he also kind of in a way laid down a new tradition for Shastra and Kavya literature. And Dinacharita is a fine piece of poetry by Ratnamati. So this particular scholar created a new era of Pali literature, and this new era was marked by the advent of the Shastras, the study of Shastras, and also the study of grammar, and I mean, which included Shastras included study of grammar and Kavya. Now, this was not the case before Ratnamati, because the main focus was on writing commentaries on the Tipitaka, various texts of Tipitaka. That was the main project. So, right, Attakathas, then Tikas, Mula Tikas, and several other similar texts, and few manuals of Abhidharma, like we have Abhidhamma Avatara, and also the Vinaya manuals, like Vinaya Vinichaya, and so on. But it was all related to religion and the monastic discipline and the Buddhist philosophy, but no attention was given to secular literature. So in that sense, Pali literature was confined to a religious literature. It was simply a religious literature, and Pali in a way also was remained a language of a particular religion or religious community. But with these new developments, now what happened is that in the 11th century and follow, I mean, we have, of course, people writing, I mean, 10th and 11th century, we have people writing commentaries on the Pali grammatical text called Panchayat. So we know about Vimala Buddhi and Buddha-Piya. Buddha-Piya, who was a Chola monk from South India, was also the chief monk, and he also headed one of the councils held there. And he was a grammarian, and he is said to be the chief Sangaraja at that time in South India. And in 11th, 12th century, in the 12th century, what happened is that we have this political reforms in Sri Lanka. Parakrama Bahu established the sovereign rule by expelling the South Indian domination in Sri Lanka. And after that, immediately after that, there were religious reform carried out. And in Sri Lanka at that time, there were these three different traditions of Jetavana, Abhayagiri, and Mahavihara. They were brought together, and a new council was held. And after this, there is a switch. I mean, the Mahavihara kind of became a supreme tradition. But not only that, among the Mahaviharans also, the chief leadership of the Sri Lankan Sangha went to the monks from Udumbaragiri, the present-day Dambula. These were the Aranyavasi, the forest-dwelling monks. This is important, and they also had some kind of lineage, connection with the royal lineage of Parakrama Bahu, the first. So after this, after Parakrama Bahu took over in 1153, and he ruled up to 1186. He carried out so many reforms, and that is also important from the development of Theravada philosophy, and also from the development from the point of development of Theravada literature. Because Mahakassapa, who was a chief monk who led the fourth the council in Parakrama Bahu's reign, was interestingly a grammarian. He wrote Balava Bodhana, a commentary on the Chandravakara. And two of his great disciples, Venerable Sariputta and Venerable Mahamoggallana. Now these are, Venerable Moggallana. Now these two same names which we have for Buddha's chief disciples. So Mahakassapa's two disciples were also the namesakes of these two great monks. So Sariputta was given a task to write new commentaries on the Atthakathas to establish the Sinhala, Sinhala viewpoint in the Theravada school, because until now, what was happening was the South Indian Sangha was dominant, and Sinhala Sangha was in a way having some disagreement with this South Indian Theravada Sangha. And now this Sariputta, with his new writings, in a way tried to establish the Sinhala viewpoint. And at the same time, they also started kind of going away from the Southern Indian Sangha and tried to establish the hegemony of Sinhala Sangha. Moggallana, the second junior contemporary of Sariputta, he also was a grammarian. And he established a new school of Pali grammar called Moggallana Vyakarana, showing again distancing themselves from the Kachayana school, which was a grammatical school belonging to the South Indian Sangha. So in this way, through these literary activities, in terms of writing new commentaries, tikas, and creating a new school of grammar, and then their junior, disciple of Sariputta, Venerable Sangarakkhita, also composed texts on Pali, on poetics called Subodhalankara, and texts on metrics called Uttodaya. So with these, these activities in 12th, 13th century Sri Lanka gave rise to a new form of literature and a new form of Pali as well, which was now used for even for creating secular literature in terms of shastras like grammar, poetics, metrics. And then we also have Chula Moggallana, who created the first lexicon in Pali, which was later on commented by Burmese scholars. So we also had lexicography there. And then we also have Bhesacha Manjusa, a text written on medicine. And interestingly enough, we also have texts which were created in, say astrology. So not just Ayurveda, but also Jyotish. So what you see is that in case of this Theravada tradition, now we have a new literary activity which focused themselves on, which focused on creation of literature in this Shastric disciplines such as grammar, lexicography, medicine, Jyotish, poetics, and metrics. And with these kind of activities, what was established is that it is not just important for a monk to be a very good meditator or morally a person of very high morality, but he should also be a scholar. Now it is interesting, as I told you already, that Mahakassapa was a chief monk and he was a grammarian. After him, Parakram Bahu appointed Sariputta became the Mahasami. He was also from the same Udumbaragiri tradition. He was a Aranyavasi monk, and at the same time, he was also a grammarian of very high repute. He wrote a Chandralankara commentary on the Chandra Panchika. So he was also a grammarian. Mogalan, of course, after Sariputta, he became the Mahasami, the chief monk, and he was also a grammarian. After him followed Sangarakita, who was also a grammarian and a Shastra person, and followed by, he was followed by scholars such as Vanaratana Medankara, and the last was Sri Rahula in 15th century. So till 15th century, what we see in Sri Lanka, all these monks, I mean, they became Mahasami, they became the chief monks. And interestingly enough, all of them were grammarians. So this is not a coincidence. This shows the importance of Shastras in the Buddhist, in the Theravada Buddhist tradition, which took place, which happened as a new development in Sri Lanka at that time. And this also affected then the countries, neighboring countries like Burma, Thailand, and Laos, where Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism traveled from Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka became the main source of Buddhism for these countries. And when from Sri Lanka, it went to travel to Burma. In Burma too, we see that the Burmese scholars, scholar monks, paid attention not only to writing commentaries on,
sir, please?
Yes, Buddhist texts,
yes,
but also creating this new genre of literature which focused on the Shastric texts. So this has kind of brought Pali to a level of a accomplished language, just like Sanskrit, because Sanskrit, as we know, that it did not remain just the language of religious literature, but it also became the language of secular literature and Kavya. And the same thing also happened in Pali. At least these scholars, they tried to do it with Pali, and they showed how Pali can be used even for these other topics, other purposes. And so Pali got this full-fledged status of a language. So Moggallana calls it, he says that he is writing the grammar of Magadhi, not like Kachayana, who says that I'm writing grammar of Jinavachana. So that's a very important shift, I feel. And importantly, now the scholars of Theravada, they establish themselves not only as in good monks, but also as good scholars. We see these such kind of developments also in terms of the Mahayana literature, where we have good logicians and scholars like Dharmakirti and Dignaga and so on. The same thing in a way happened in the case of the Theravada tradition after the 10th century, and this has affected the way Theravada developed in Sri Lanka and Burma after the 10th century. It also brought, for example, cults like the Maitreya worship in the Theravada countries, with the translation of this Maitreya Vyakarana Sanskrit taken into Pali in form of Anagata Vamsa. So the point is that when literature and language kind of take different turns, it also affects the ideology, which is basically disseminated through this language and literature. And this helped now the Theravada school to establish itself as not only as an important practicing school of Buddhism, but also as an important scholastic school of Buddhism. So I think I'll stop here, and if there are any questions, we can discuss them during the question and answer session. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So thanks to Chair. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mahesh. It was really pleasure listening to you. I didn't want to stop you, but the time constraint is there. Otherwise, the way you had brought, and I thought of that 6 Vedangas and the way you brought that, how kind of 6 Vedanga literature, almost similar topics are being dealt with in Pali. It will be a pleasure, maybe some other forum also. Again, I will ask you to educate me about on those points. But presently, it is open for for discussion. If there are any pinpointed questions, kindly be brief. For any question, for any comment, brief only, because the time is constraint is always there with us. So the participants and the scholars, you may now please ask your questions pinpointed. So any comments, any discussions? No.
If not, then let me also address what the point which you have
No,
raised.
sir, before that, may I just ask my question?
Yes, yes,
If
please.
nobody is there, so that you enlighten me further. Because I have
Yeah.
two questions in mind. One was
Yes,
more
please.
of a comment, because I felt since, as Professor Rao has said, I deal with languages, and my adage is that a lot is lost often in translation. So when you say Jyotish, which is very fine, why do you translate it as astrology? It is more, whatever little I have read and interacted with several scholars working on it, I understood is either as astronomy, or we may keep it straight away as a Jyotish. But it is more closer, it's closer to what we understand astronomy in the European sense of the word. But that
Yeah.
is one. But my main question is about when Kachayan says that he's writing the grammar of Jin Vachan. Why do you think that that there is a requirement to write the grammar of a Jin Vachan? I place the question in the context that in the Vedic tradition also it has happened. There are several people they are trying to write later the grammar of the Vedic language. In the tradition itself, so right from the maybe at the earliest 9th century and so. So why is the requirement of write the grammar of a Jin Vachan in Pali?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. In terms of your first question, yes. I mean, it was a kind of a slip. Actually, I wanted to say astronomy, not astrology.
Yeah.
But because it is basically recast of Bruhat Samhita. What we have this particular text. It is not really studied so much until now, but we do have this text, which is very much on the line of Bruhat Samhita. That's first thing. Now, the second thing about this particular question which you raised about the grammar. See, the question which always comes to my mind is that the Tipitaka was composed from during the 6th century BCE up to the 3rd century BCE. But the first Pali grammar which we find of Kachayana comes about 6th to 7th century Common Era. So almost after 1200 years. And in my opinion, it was basically prompted by this particular need of now creating new commentaries and new literature in Pali. And so we need to train people, and this also kind of, there is an awareness that we should have a similar kind of literature in this tradition, just as we have it in Sanskrit. So there was an influence of Sanskritic model on the Pali liturgy. And when Kachayana wrote his grammar, his main aim was just to write a grammar which would be helpful for understanding the suttas. And this is how he basically claims in the opening stanzas of his grammar, that he is writing it for sutta hita, for the benefit of the suttantas, for the benefit of understanding suttas. That's his main aim. And interestingly enough, I mean, just like the Bhartruri in his Vakyapadi mentions that we want to study grammar because it's a door to salvation. We have this idea also reflected in Kachayana's grammar when in the opening verses, and he says that if people want to really attain the nirvana, they should understand the path taught by the Buddha. In order to understand the path of the Buddha, one should understand the meaning of his discourses. And in order to understand the meaning of the discourses of Buddha Vachana, we should understand the language, the words, in which this meaning is kind of meaning is embedded, inherent. So in order to understand that, we should study grammar. And therefore, his main purpose was focusing on the understanding of Tipitaka. And therefore, in his grammar, he has a rule, sutra, which says Jinavachana Yuttam. So this is a language which he is basically focusing on. So he's writing a grammar of the Jinavachana of the Pali, in that sense. But later on, when Moggallana came, he is now making a wider claim. He is saying that he's writing grammar of Magadhi as a language, a full-fledged language, not just a language of a scripture, but
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's wonderful. Does the Chan use the word Pali, or he uses?
no. I mean, none of them they use the
use
word Pali
Pali
for a language, for referring to a
Yeah,
language,
yeah,
right? But he does not even say Magadhi.
Yeah.
Like Kachana simply says Jinavachana.
Yeah, that is
So
understandable.
for him,
I think
yeah.
we undertake such a studies in historical linguistics, which is very important, which is one of the areas where I actually work. Buddhism, I come from a different, so that's why my reflexes came from that tradition. So it is really interesting. It would be interesting to read more about it. Definitely, you have opened a path for me and some questions that I may bring to you at a later stage through
Sure.
through our Indra, though he's called Upendra, but today he's the Indra.
Yes.
So thank you for your.
Thank you very much for your questions as well, and it's a really interesting topic.
Yeah, that's.
So thank you very much. Thanks.
So thank you, Professor Mahesh.
Yeah.
And now.
Just a minute, Rupendra, I just take your leave here because I have the academic council meeting lined up. So I'm sorry I won't be there for the whole session, but I really regret that. But I'll try to join as soon as possible after finishing the meeting. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Thanks for coming.
The councils often interfere with academics.
That's true.
So that is academic.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now, as Professor Rao has already declared, I believe, I think Dr. Sri Putri Purnamati is still not here.
She's here. She's here
now. So you are here. So then it's all right. Then I invite Dr. Sri Putri Purnamavati. I'm not sure if I pronounced the name correctly, but that's how I pronounce it, because for me it appears as a Sanskrit name. So you are a Putri and you are a Purnama, and then you are a Purnamavati. So you are going to fulfill our desire of knowledge, and with as a seeker of knowledge and a seeker of truth, now I invite Dr. Putri Purnamavati from the faculty of Brahma Vidya Sugriva Hindu University, Denpasar, Bali, Indonesia. The topic is the sphere of Buddhism in Bali Island. I think there is a typographical mistake, sir. Anyway, you can explain your topic and enlighten us, because your name itself, Purnamadaya Purnamidam, that reminds me of the Upanishadic Vachan. So now the floor is yours, Dr. Sri Putri Purnamavati ji. Your mic is on mute. Your mic is on, please unmute. Yeah, please. No, we cannot hear you.
Good morning for everybody.
Yes.
Did you listen to me? Okay.
Yes.
May I share the screen? Because this is not allowed to share a screen. Host disabled to
participate. You can share your screen.
Yes, you can
share. But I cannot share because host.
Yeah, the host has to allow you the co-host.
No,
she has to be made co-host. Now kindly try it. Who is hosting it?
Okay.
Sir? Yeah. Good morning to all.
Okay,
you try it.
Okay, I cannot share it.
You press share screen.
I do, Prof.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. I don't think.
Sir, she has not been made the co-host.
Okay.
So she has to be made the co-host. Presently, I see that IBC is the host, and Upendra Rao, Kajal, Orao, and Shiva are the co-hosts. So Sri Putri Purnamavati ji has to be made co-host. Only then she'll be able to present it.
Yeah, I'm contacting.
Yeah,
it's okay. I will ask after.
Yeah. So okay. For the time being, sir, Professor Rao ji, you can ask them to make all the presenters for this session as co-hosts. So, one by one, whoever is presenting can share their screen, because I believe others may also share their screen. Yes, Dr. Shri Purnamati ji, and as usual, the time is about 20 minutes, and after that we can continue.
Thank you, Prof. Kumar Misra. Thank you for Prof. Upendra. That's nice to meet you here. Now today I would like to present my research about influence of Buddhism in our religion in Bali Island. So first of all, I say
now you can present. Now anybody can present.
Okay, that has been good.
Can you try? 2, 3.
Yes, I do. I got it.
You first to press this, and then on your computer, wherever you want to present, click on that and then share. Then you have to share. Click on the share.
Okay.
It's very simple. You press on the share screen here on the Zoom below, green button. And then it will ask what to share. Click on that and then click on the share.
It's ready.
There is a green button, share screen. You press on that. Then it will immediately ask what to share. You have to click on the file which you want to share and then click on the share.
Yeah, first, please.
If it is not coming.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah,
okay,
I will
read. Okay, okay.
Okay.
I will start.
Just you can present pleasantly and you leave this sharing problem. Be happy and you are already presenting very well. Yes.
Yes.
Om Swastiastu, Om Awigenam Astu, Nama Sidam, Om Siwa Budaya, Om Namo Pancha Tathagata. I'm Purnamawati. I'm from Faculty of Brahmavidya, Sugriwa Hindu University. So I'm academic counselor in Faculty of Brahmavidya. Today I would like to presentation about Buddhism in Bali. Of course, in Indonesia, because in every Pujawali at Balinese temple or in Balinese pura, what we call pura for our temple, someone asking me why the three sadaka ceremony was performed, which consist of Pandita Shiva and Pandita Buddha, and also Pandita Bhujanga. So everybody, my friend asked me, what's Pandita Buddha doing in our temple? So this is I would like to explain, because Balinese people needs to give explanation about why Buddhist priests participate in every Hindu ritual in Bali. The history of Buddhism in Indonesia, because Bali is belong to Indonesian, is closely related to the history of Hinduism, as a number of empires by Indian culture were established around the same period. The arrival of Buddhism in Indonesia archipelago began with trading activity from the early first century. By way, the maritime Silk Road between Indonesia and India, and the oldest Buddhist archaeology site in Indonesia is at Batu Jaya Stupa Complex, That's the oldest rules in Batu Jaya. So, and numbers of Buddhist historical heritage can be found in Indonesia. So, significant number of Buddhist sites were found in Indonesia archipelago, as was the century witnessed the rise or fall of powerful Buddhist empire, such as Sailendra dynasty and in the Mataram kingdom and the Sriwijaya empires. A number of Buddha historical heritage can be found in Indonesia, including the Borobudur Mandala monument and Sewu Temple in Central Jaya, and after that also Muara Jambi in Sumatra or in Swarnadwipa, Muara Takus in Swarnadwipa, Bahal Temple in Swarnadwipa, and the numerous of statute are inscription from earlier history of Indonesia Hindu-Buddhist kingdom. So during the era of Kediri, Singasari, and Majapahit Empire, Buddhists identified as Dharma Rikasogatan. Dharma Rikasogatan. So was a knowledge is one of kingdom official religious along with Hinduism. Although some king might favor Hinduism over others, nevertheless the harmony, tolerance, and even syncretism was found. Syncretism was found in over others. That so the manifestation of now Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Even now we cannot find so much Buddhism, but the philosophical that most Buddhism is very influenced because the way of life in our nation Indonesia is what we call Pancasila and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika Tanhana Dharma Mangrua. This is written by Empu Tantular. That's the Buddhist priest. Yeah. So the classical era in ancient Java also had produced some exquisite example of Buddhism art, such as the statue of Prajna Paramita and the statue of Buddha Vairottana, Bodhisattva, Padmapani, and Vajrapani, and Mendut Temple. So today in Indonesia, majority Buddhism are Chinese. So where are Buddhist people in Indonesia who came from the ancient historical Indonesia? So now most of them live in Bali, which they are using ICCR Hindu. So but their practice in the daily life according to the Buddhist teaching. The sector is also done group of particular magical ritual. So very famous in Bali, what we call the Bhairawa. So the sector generally perform the ritual on the home for the Bhairawa sector in the cemetery. And the Bhairawa sector in Bali most practice in what we call in Dalam temple or Pura Dalam, because the sector worship goddess Durga or Tara Devi or Dhyani Buddha as the highest god. So many mysteries and secrets are contained in the Bhairawa Tantra teaching, but not all numbered sect group know truth the teaching about Bhairawa Tantrayana in Bali. Maybe another school have their Bhairawa Tantrayana in Bali, but in Bali they have some special school about Bhairawa. Combination of force of Siva and force of Buddha school, which later develop along the ritual and provide bodily satisfaction. So the existence of the Buddha and Sogata sector in Bali is evident by the discovery of the Buddha type mantra in clay. And so we are using also mantra Buddhism for our every ceremony in still now we call in Bali Hindu temple. So some of the script in Gunurun temple, Bedulu, Padmapani, Bodhisattva statue at Galang Sanja temple, Pejeng statue and Gua Gajah. So inscription, there are the pictures describe Aditya Varman, this the king of in Swarna Dwipa, being ordinate while sitting in silence. So Aditya Varman, this is our master in Bali. So we also follower of Aditya Varman is depicted love is the what we call Bhairawa. So and the Queen Sima in Jepara that also following Tantra and our master. So the teaching of Bhairava Tantrayana for us like a shortcut to attain nirvana. So like other scripture, Bhairava, teaching of Tantra are teaching that have implied meaning, not an explicit one. Implicit mean the attended meaning is actually hidden in each word. Yeah. This is where intelligence is needed to explain the correct knowledge to suit the other goal. Just like other tantric teaching, Bhairava also exactly Sakti as a supreme. So we call Bhairava Heruka. The highest worship of Bhairava teaching is to the Tara Heruka, or goddess of Durga Parvati. Because in general teaching, tantric teaching, Shiva without Sakti is corpse without soul. Purusa and Pradana will give birth the life. So Purusa without Pradana is just a veil of flesh without soul. So the Brahmin Buddhist in Bali has a different mantra and scripture from the Shiva priest. So we are they use the Buddhist priest, they use book what we call Sanghyang, Kemahayanikan, and Puja Astawa worshiping Buddha Dharma. So as the rule of the each direction until now, those who other the Brahmin Buddhists, plain age are the only descent of the most holy, what we call Dhangyang Astapaka from the Keling Karangasan. The Brahmin in ritual, they do not wear their hair like priest Shiva, but free. So Lord Shiva has many restrictions when it comes to food, but not Buddha. Buddha priests, they are free in the in the regret. Yeah. So there is no vegetarian in our Buddhism here. In our priests also, they can eat anything. The Buddhist priest is not, but the Buddhist priest is not careless in doing that. So what we call diksha. This is according the diksha of the master. So not all nabe, or nabe we call in Bali language is master. Student are finally punished if they have something wrong. So also they can remove this rubia, the Buddhist priest, if they are careless. So Buddhist priests, what we call truly CD, is very CD and able to use a bajra dengan, so type of bajra in the right hand for protection during the ceremony, which finally get bajra or genta, bajra, but we call bajra dengan. This is the protect to the priest from what we call the Bhuta, and Asura. The big ceremony in Bali would not be complete without presence of the Buddhist priests. So in the largest temple, in every temple in Bali, so Buddhist, it is obligatory for their priests to complete the ceremony of Buddhist and Shiva. So without this priest, the Buddha, Wisnawa, and Shiva, this is like Bur, Buah, and Swa, will not verify. So as a whole, that beginning of the development, the sector in Bali, they are very harmonious. So, but each day becoming some among the sector claiming that under group was the best. So Mpu Kuturan put forward for this. The priests have to be together. Until now we can see in, if you come to Bali, so there is 3 priests will perform the puja during the every ceremony in our temple. So what a type of Bhairava in Bali? So we call it Bhairava Kalachakra, which is Tantrayana teaching that element of Buddhism, Mahayana, amo dominant of Siwaism. So King Kertanegara, or in our master of Bhairava Kalachakra, also Aditya Varman and the ancestor of Aryadaman Aset to have practiced this teaching. After that, we have Bhairava Bhima, the teaching of Bhairava, which the element of Siwaism in Bali. Most of in Bali, we practice maybe 80% in Bali. We use the to be the follower of Bhairava Bhima. So Bhairava Heruka, named the Tantrayana teaching found in Bali, but not so much, but it's very influenced this teaching in Bali.
You can send your PowerPoint to me. I can share screen if you have some photos.
Sure. I think it's much better. I will send to you. Okay. I think I will send by mail. Yeah, by mail. I will send to your. Okay, I will send after I finish the. So. But I will send you your email. I think I already sent to you, Prof. I sending.
Not yet reached. I will see, please. Yeah, you can continue now if you have sent. Yes. It's not reached yet. It will reach.
So Bhairava Bhima in Bali. So we have what we call Kubu Edan temple in Pejanggianyar. This is the form of Bhairava Bhima. 1 minute. Is it right, sir? Prof?
So let me see.
Yeah, not in email, in WhatsApp. In WhatsApp.
You sent in WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then I will say. I'm searching in the email.
No, WhatsApp.
Okay, then immediately I will show you. Yeah, I got something.
Yeah. This.
Yes, I'm downloading. 1 minute. Is it PowerPoint or?
Yeah. And I sent also my video to you. Maybe can also I sent one video about Berawa. So there
This you have sent?
yeah, okay. No,
This
no,
one
no,
is
no.
not?
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I don't think this is.
So then I will see another one. Yeah, another video I got.
1 minute, sir.
I received one video.
Okay.
You want to, shall I show this video?
Okay. I will. This is Bhairawa Bima. So this is in my temple. So I was there. This is last week. So there I park in front of the goddess. So the Para Devi. So we perform ours in Bali. This is commonly Bali Island. Every ceremony in our temple. So that's me, one of the person who doing puja. Yes, that's once. I think I will send another. Yeah, maybe I would like. Uh, uh, I think, Prof. I sent already one of.
You have sent the same Word file again.
Oh, okay. What? Yeah. Okay, I sent already one more. This is PPT, PowerPoint. Okay, I would like to. Prof, I sent already one my PowerPoint work. Yeah. So.
PowerPoint has not reached so far.
Okay.
The Word file.
Okay. So I will continue my.
Yeah,
Please continue then. That is,
Yes.
Please continue.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, thank. Must be better.
In the meanwhile, there is a question, you can respond to that. The question is that the puja, that the video which was placed is similar to Durga Puja in Bengal. So please explain what is the loud human sound in the background and what does it signify?
Yeah. Is the similar with Durga Puja in Bengal? Maybe because I never seen in Bengali, but I believe that some of Balinese people, the teaching is coming from India. So there must be similarity, and some similarity must be theirs in between Bali and India. So Durga is the wife of Shiva. So in the temple dalam also we pray Durga. So there's what we call Pasupati by the priest of Buddha. So I would like to present, yeah. So this is the Shiva Buddha. Almost of we are pray hours in our temple. The two God must be there. That the Batara Buddha and Batara Shiva. So maybe continue, sir. I think. So this okay. So yeah. Continue. Maybe I already speak about this, and okay. Now this is maybe best known as the Temple of Borobudur, one of the seven wonders of the world. Borobudur represents three views of the universe according to the Indonesian Vajrayana tradition. Because in Borobudur there is two teaching here. This is Shivaism and Buddhism. The top of the Borobudur temple was built or finishing by the Hindu people, Hindu kingdom, or what we call Sanjaya, but in the ground is from the Buddhism. So this the mixing already between Buddhist in according to Sangyang Kamahayanikan. So this is the philosophy who in Borobudur temple. So next continue, sir. Prof. Okay. Okay, this is also the temple, the Buddhist temple, but during to the Majapahit kingdom. So half is Hindu temple and half is Buddhist temple. So I'm here in the Buddhist temple. That's next. Here is in the temple, now already a little bit broken, a little bit so, but the statue in this in Buddhist temple in Mendut, Candi Mendut, still there now. Yeah, yeah. This Muslim, yes, the 13th century is Muslim Islam entered the archipelago and began gaining foothold, the cause part of the fall of Hindu Buddhism Majapahit empires in the 15th century. And this is in Bali, Indonesia, we call mark the end of the Dharmic civilization, and civilization before is dominant in Indonesia. By the end of the 16th century, Islam has supplanted Hinduism and Buddhism as the dominant religion in Java and Sumatra. And after 450 years, there is no significant Buddhism again. There is only temple still there and stupa still there, but people who following many of Buddhist sites, stupa, temple, and manuscript are lost and forgotten, and as the region has become more predominantly Muslim. During the era of decline, there were only small number of people who practicing Buddhist, but statues and temples still there. Okay, we can continue. Okay. So Buddhism, this is also a Buddhist temple during the Majapahit kingdom. So nobody pray there now, just only few people. This is in Java Island. So another, please. This is the Garuda, Pancasila, and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. So the collapse of Buddhist kingdom in Indonesia was not the collapse of Buddhist teaching in Indonesia. Buddhist in Indonesia took a new form, but philosophically, Buddhist teaching was still strong in the philosophy of life of the Indonesian people, such as Pancasila, which is the basic of the state of Indonesia, with the motto Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, Tanhana Dharma Mangrua. So written by Buddhist priests, the teaching of Buddhist Indonesia, it is on characteristic according to the presence of the people in the Bali. So this is without Pancasila, Indonesia cannot move, and we cannot stay in Indonesia if we don't have Pancasila. And the symbol of our country is from Hindu Purana. So this Garuda from Mahabharata, from Adiparva. So Pancasila and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, this philosophic from Indonesia. This is Shiva and Buddha priest. So I will show it which one this is the Buddhist priest in our Balinese people. So do we puja together with the Shiva priest. This is so okay. Maybe different clothes with others priests in subcontinental in Asia or in other world. Okay, continue. Okay, I think I continue. This is now the new one in Bali. So in the mountain of Agung, this is what we call Basuki temple. So if the puja here have to be two priests and Bujanga also. Bujanga is the Vaishnava priest, Buddhism priest, and other is a Shiva priest. So without them, that puja not complete. So here now in Bali, they have the different face of our religion. Next, this is Tantric Tantrayana. So every place they have what we call Rangda. This is the Heruka Bhairawa. So every temple in Bali, they should have what we call Durga, and this is also Bhairawa Heruka from Tantra sector in Bali. So continue. This is one of cemetery in Bangli district. So they put like this. This is the Bhairawa sector in Bali also. That's coming from Kala Chakra sector. Okay, continue. Now here. So here also Bhairawa. So this is popular in every village also, how to do puja and practice the ritual. This is Tantric in Bali. So here is our king before in Singasari in the 8th century. This is what we call Kala Chakra Bhairava. So here is Durga, but this is also we call this Heruka, Devi Heruka. Okay, continue. Here, that's a big ceremony of the Tantric, of the Tantrayana in Bali. Okay, continue. So here, Vajrayana Ashram, this is my ashram. I have one school, ashram, what we call Vajrayana Ashram. So he's mixed with Hinduism and Shivaism, Buddhism, Vajrayana in Balinese school, Balinese sector. Okay. Okay, I think that's my presentation. So I'm say thank you to Professor.
Thank you so much.
Prof.
Okay.
Upendra. So I try my best to explain how is Buddhism in my place. So they have took the different face of other Buddhism in another place. I was in Sri Lanka. I have my friend because I was study in by ICCR scholarship. I'm studying in Delhi University. So I go to Buddhist studies also in Delhi University. So thank you, Prof. So if there is any question, maybe we can discuss, yeah, or sharing the experience.
Yes, of course, it was a beautiful and a wonderful presentation. There are some questions which you have already answered.
Yeah.
That is there, and of course, it was very lucid. But still, we have time if one or two questions maximum, very brief questions, because we have crossed the time. So if anybody has any question. Well, there are no questions, though I
May
have
I
some
please
questions.
ask one question, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead. Kindly be brief and please.
Namaste,
ask.
Shri Putri, and
Namaste.
it was a very, very beautiful presentation. Just
Thank
one
you.
small query that I mean, in your opinion, the concept of Buddhism, which I mean, the Indian influence basically, because when we visit Indonesia, especially Bali and the remaining, Hindu areas surrounded, with temples and all, they have just one version of Buddha, that is Shakyamuni version, and they are not very much aware about the other versions of Buddha, which are very prominent including India and Nepal. So what is that one reason of only having that popularity of the Shakyamuni version? Can you please explain this?
Okay, thank you. I tried my best to explain about that. There's have so many history, so many something that's good in the journey of Buddhism after coming intervention of Muslim. So in Bali, they took place very safely because our Sangyang Mahayanikan that's mentioned Buddhist is brother of Shiva. So the Sangyang Buddhist is brother of Shiva. So everywhere, so even to go to Nirvana, we cannot stay together. This is in our philosophy, Balinese religion philosophy. So have to be together.
Because I have got some stories relating to Sita and Lord Buddha. That means Sinta in your culture and Shakyamuni. And it is so amazing to find that kind of a very, very new, idea of consolidated, religion. So we have never heard about this type of combination in any other parts of,
Yeah.
I say religio-mythical, expansion of stories.
Yeah, that's in Bali. I like try again to give the
Shraji, you have to
information.
see the time also.
Yeah.
You have to see
Okay.
the time because
Okay, keep in touch.
Yeah.
Maybe I will keep in touch. I will.
Briefly, you can maybe answer in 1 minute approximately.
Yeah,
Then,
Balinese people, they follow Tantrayana, Buddhism Tantrayana, and what's collaboration, Shivaism and Buddhism. This is the shortcut to go to the Shiva Buddha Loka. Because people who following the Tantrayana, like in Balinese school, they can remove very easily what we call Pancha Mahabhuta, Pancha Tanmatra, Pancha Karmendriya, and Pancha Pundri, Buddhi India, easily. So we make some appointment. This is not so far, not so difficult to find the nirvana in the Tantrayana. So everybody in Bali, but we keep not so promote. We are silent. This is rahasya, secret in our Tantrayana teaching. That's our master. We believe still our master Aditya Varman from Swarnadvipa will carry us to the Shiva, and people can see it. So how to remove Pancha Mahabhuta, Patitya Bayu dan Akasa in your body is very easily. What we call penggelayakan. We can change suddenly the face and everything because this is the teaching of the Tantra. So maybe I will explain another thing, yes. But this is the religion in Bali, the syncretism between Shintoism and Buddhism is very closely. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Beautiful syncretism. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Of course, the story would go beyond that, and there are Indian traces also for that, but let's not go into that. The question of Dr. P.T. Oza was interesting. Except for this, I didn't understand what does the word religio-mythical means. But anyway, because myth and mythos, and as it comes from a tradition, and I don't know how do you separate and how do you mix. So, but anyway, that was an interesting information, a very interesting paper, and very fulfilling paper, as you have said by your name, said the Purnamavati. So you have fulfilled us in such a way that more desire for knowledge and more craving of knowledge has been awakened, as Buddha would have said. So now may I request our friend from Indonesia, our friend from Ukraine, Dr. Olena Kalantarnova. Kalantarova. Yeah, Kalantarova.
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 Yeah. Do we say Kalan or Kalan? I think it should be Kalantarova, but anyway, I may be corrected. So Dr. Olena Kalantarova, maybe OFA. So Dr. Olena Kalantarova, who is going to talk on the spread of Buddhist studies in Ukraine and the focus on the modern approaches of Ukrainian academicians. So ma'am is from Skovoroda Institute of Philosophy, from Kiev in Ukraine. So she was here. I don't see here now.
I'm here.
Okay, so please, yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I apologize for the Mlech pronunciation of your name.
It's okay.
But,
Okay, don't mention.
let it be. Yes, Kalantarova.
Good day, dear colleagues. Nice to meet you, all of you, all in this great conference. Many thanks to organizers of this event and personally to conference director, Professor Dr. Penderao. Can I ask you the permission of my presentation? Yes?
You can present.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
I think
yes.
everyone has been allowed to present, so you can present. Yeah.
I hope you can see.
Yeah, I can see your
And
screen.
just a moment. Okay. My presentation is devoted to spirit of Buddhist studies in Ukraine with the focus of the modern approaches of Ukrainian academicians. However, before I start the presentation, I'd like to note that the essential interest in Indian Buddhism as a spiritual evolution of the human mind has a clear justification in Ukraine. That is our great Ukrainian philosopher, educator, and humanist, Grigory Skovoroda. He initiated the so-called philosophy of heart. This philosophy tells us about the healing of human spirit by thoughts that come from the heart. And according to Skovoroda, only truth gives life to the human heart. Philosophy of heart is the authentic Ukrainian wisdom, in which we found many motifs that are in tune with Indian philosophical thought. This philosophy overcomes rationalism on the things realm and animates the human life by spiritual light. Skovoroda's philosophy is based on the common Indo-European core and has certain ideological overlaps with Buddhism, particularly when we come across the Skovoroda's quotes about the illusory nature of the material universe. Skovoroda said the whole world is asleep. Skovoroda did not study Buddhism. He was Christian. However, his philosophy is close in spirit to Buddhism philosophy and forms the base of the open interest to Buddhism in Ukraine. And when we look back at the last 2 centuries, we see that the spirit of the Buddhist studies in Ukraine took place in 3 periods: pro-European period, historical and linguistic period, and modern period. In the pro-European period, Indology itself was not separated as a specific science for Ukrainian scientific community, but it existed within the framework of European comparative linguistic and historical researches. In the second historical and linguistic period, we see that Indology, Sanskrit studies, Buddhist studies, Tibetan studies, etc., become as specific directions of scientific researches. In the modern period, we face the interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and cross-cultural approaches in Buddhist studies in Ukraine. And now a little more detail. As for the first period, which associated with 19th century, we can talk about the great interest in Buddhism among educated intellectual elite. For example, Volodymyr Lisevich. He is the famous Ukrainian publicist, philosopher, public figure. Lisevich wrote several philosophical essays on Buddhism. Ivan Franko. He is a prominent Ukrainian writer and politician. Franko made the adapted translations of certain ancient Buddhist texts from European languages to Ukrainian. Lesia Ukrainka. She is the great Ukrainian writer, translator, literary critic. She compiled the textbook on the history of ancient peoples of the East, in particular on the history of Buddhism in India. The essential Sanskrit studies in Ukraine appeared in 20th century. It is the second period. For example, in 1908, Friedrich Knauer published his Sanskrit textbook in Kiev University. This guide to learning Sanskrit had the large grammar part, text on Devanagari with Latina transcription, and capacious dictionary. Agedangel Krymsky is a key figure in Kiev's Oriental studies. He was polyglot, polymath, one of the founder of Ukrainian Academy of Sciences in 1918, the first Ukrainian Orientalist who supported the historical and linguistic approach to Indology. His famous disciples were Mykola Levchenko and Emelian Pritsak. Since the 20th in 20th century, Pavlo Ritter becomes the key figure in Kharkiv Oriental studies. From 1926 till 1934, he collaborates with the Ukrainian Indology researchers Shertzel, Ovsyannikov, Kulikovsky, Lunin, Roslavsky, Petrovsky, etc. Also, Pavlo Ritter organized the Sanskrit classes in Kharkiv University. Ritter translated ancient Sanskrit texts in his anthology of ancient Indian literature called Voices of Ancient India, demonstrates his specific interest in epic works such as Mahabharata, Ramayana, Upanishad, hymns of Rigveda and Atharvaveda, and Buddhist literature, Dhammapada, Sutta Nipada, Milinda Pani. To introduce the modern period of Buddhist studies in Ukraine, I'd like to say a few words about Ukrainian luminary in Buddhist studies, Dr. Ogneva Alena Dmitrievna, a disciple of the well-known Orientalist Kuznetsov, Branislav Ivanovich. She specializes in Tibetan Buddhism. Also, a certain breakthrough in Buddhist study in Ukraine was the monograph by Anastasia Strelkova called Buddhism, the Philosophy of Emptiness, published in 2015. Among numerous translations of Buddhist texts, we have the fine example of academic works. Maria Vasilyeva published in 2018 the translation of Bhagavati Prajnaparamita Hridaya Sutra and Arya Vajrasherika Nama Prajnaparamita Mahayana Sutra. Also, many education programs are being compiled in Ukraine in the field of classical Buddhism and Neo-Buddhism. By the way, in Ukraine, since 2019, the pilot project called Social, Emotional, and Ethical Learning, associated with Institute of Dalai Lama program, has been implemented in junior school. Regarding the current methodological issues of Buddhist study in Ukraine, I can say next. They extend in a plane of hermeneutics, deconstruction, neurocognitive sciences, and methodological pluralism with the study of the languages of primary source, especially Sanskrit and Tibet. Researchers delve into the nuance of Indian and Tibetan philosophy, including linguistic philosophy. If we would like to get acquainted with the academic communities, let me introduce some of them. First of all, it is Society of Researchers of Oriental Philosophies, created on the base of Skovoroda Institute Philosophy of the National Academy of Ukraine. Its monthly seminar works in the field of Oriental study. In this seminar, we discuss many methodological problems of Buddhist study. Then I should mention the Oriental Studies Circle working in the field of religious studies. At last, I present you the online platform called Buddhological Laboratory, which works in the field of Buddhist studies. By the way, recently, Buddhological Laboratory held a seminar on Bodhicharya Avatara with famous professor Dr. Penderao from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. Thank you very much, dear professor. Finally, it is quite obvious that we conclude next. Buddhist study in Ukraine have deep national, cultural, and profound philosophical roots. Buddhist study in Ukraine are actively developed in collaboration with Indian, European, American colleagues, and Buddhist monks. Buddhist studies in Ukraine are also in line with modern Western Buddhist studies, joining the dialogue between Western sciences and Buddhism. Buddhist researchers in Ukraine support the trends of cross-cultural dialogue West-East. The presentation is over. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, it's a wonderful presentation, which in a very nutshell presented the crux of the Indological studies and its evolution from 17th century onwards. And a very interesting remark that though the first scholar you mentioned is Skovoroda, who was a Christian, not trained in Buddhism, but yet his thought came very close to the Buddhism. This remark took me, my mental space at least, to the first presentation of this conference, where a lot of scholars like Mani's agnostics, they find a lot of similarities right from the early Christian era. And it is almost a similar time period where the Christian thought and Buddhist thought, they meet at various points. And I believe Ukraine, being on the other part of the Caucasus, would definitely be a melting pot for a lot of such scholarly interactions, though I don't know, because I don't know the languages. That's a part of where that world I miss. I try to understand the Germanic and the Latin world and its evolution, because I know their languages with the first-hand experience. Maybe sometime the Indian scholars should collaborate with scholars like you to go deeper into the subject and what are the melting points, what the melting pots, to understand the cultural perspectives and as it has evolved. Because this is where it is difficult to, in fact, distinguish between, of course, the religious practices are on the one hand, but the cultural practices And somewhere it goes to what you also mentioned, that Indo-European and the Proto-Indo-European. Is that not the meeting point, not only of the East and the West, but perhaps the entire West as well? With all the political tensions between the countries in the Western world, what West from the perspective of India. Of course, I don't know if Ukraine should be called West. It is East of Europe, but from the perspective of India, you can see it depends a lot on the perspective. So the Western world, and what makes you European after all, and what makes you a neighbor of Russia culturally, I mean to say, not to talk of the political and the military-industrial complexes have their own understanding and their own logic, which depends upon the market forces, etc. So that is a separate issue. But this makes us one. And I'm not talking of making us one in the context Buddha would have said, but actually the cultural roots as being one. So you have raised very important points, though in really a Sutra Shaili, what I would say. It was a very brief and a very enlightening presentation, definitely, which raises more questions than even long presentations of someone like me. So anyway, and the greatest point is that you have kept the time to a minimal so that we can have a discussion, a larger discussion. So now the floor is open for discussions. Kindly be brief in your comments and questions. I think Professor Urena from Kiev will be here to answer, if at all answers exist. So the floor is open now. Any questions? Any questions from participants?
If anybody have questions, I later maybe answer in chat.
Yes, that is also possible. That is also possible. But if there are any questions right now,
yeah,
so then we can answer.
excuse me, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Tejorao.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you so much to Olena Kalantrova. So I was so surprised when she pronounced the Sanskrit word, the Prajna Mahaparamita, you know, that it's so flow, and how long it takes for you to practice all those Indian sound pronunciation. So proud of you.
Thank you. And many times visited India.
Yes. That we understand, Dr. Kalantrova, because I'm a student of foreign languages. So I'm primarily a teacher of basic French. So that I understand, and the hard work that goes, and more than hard work, it is just as Dr. Thero, as you would be maybe practicing recitation of a Buddhist text every day. So it is that everyday practice that makes the learning of this kind of language. And that too, you see, when you repeated and when Dr. Olena had pronounced, I paid attention to this prajna, you see. So not even pragya, which is a variation definitely, but it goes back to prajna and to prajya. And then you see, so this kind of variation, and even some of the names she had mentioned, I could see those names are Gnostic, G-N-A-O, and all these variations. So all that comes from the same Indo-European root. And even the word English word to know, you see, you can pronounce it as Kno. Why not Kno? K-N-O-W, because that's the original word. So which is our Gyan. So anyway, that's what I said, sir, that she has really raised very important points in really a Sutra Shaili. So anyway, great minds present their thought in Sutra Shaili. And now it is for us to interpret. And it was a very brief and enlightening presentation. So any other comments? Anything else you would like to say, Dr. Thero?
And this is she impressed me with the pronunciation.
Yes, definitely. And the kind of the world and the world view that she has presented, which encompasses centuries. So anyway, so now, Dr. Olena, you have raised so many questions that our minds are boggling with questions. We don't know what to ask you and what not to ask you. So after these 2 billion presentations from one from Professor Sri Putri Purnamavati and the other from Professor Kalam Tarahuva, and with the brief comments of Dr. Thero. Now this is the end of the session, and as the Indra of this session asked this Upendra of this session, that if he is the Indra, then for this particular session, I'm the Upendra. Maybe I will present my own paper very briefly, sir. I will try to keep the time, definitely. So I will try to share the screen. And here is the screen, I think. Can you see? Can you see, sir? Does it come now? I don't know.
Now, yeah, okay.
You can see, you can see. So,
Yes.
yes, so almost on the lines of Kalantarova, as I'm trying to see. Of course, there are various scholars, but this scholar I've selected because I collected all his book recently. Not all, I won't say all, because all are not available. To me, at least, some are available in manuscript forms, etc. I'm trying to get, but a lot of them I have got, and maybe some more I will try to get in near future. Because he is a scholar who actually worked on various aspects of Buddhist thinking, and not only thinking, but also its practical existence in day-to-day life, as the two brilliant scholars have presented. And you can see in the presentation of two brilliant scholars that one was a very living tradition, the other was a very philosophical tradition, and both approaches are required in life. So both of the amalgamation of both of them, again, I see in Sylvain Lévy. He was a French scholar, definitely European scholar, but who collaborated a lot with several other scholars. So I'm just going to present a conceptual, how he conceptualized Buddhism. So this is it. So the second one, does it move? Yeah. So Europe and India. So of course, as we can see in the presentation of Dr. Kalantarova, that Europe and Indian mind have been engaged on the studies in India since long. Even the first lecture, which I have referred to many times today, by Gaudius Beinorius, the name itself is so Latin, and and he did present lots of Latin sources from where the ideas come, and that take us to IE and PI, Indo-European and Proto-Indo-European levels, and that's where not only the cultural roots, but also the important interactions that are related to kind of explanations that we find in Buddhism. And Buddhism itself is not alone. It's one of the Indic traditions which goes to several other traditions, and it evolves. In fact, the paper on Pali today itself by Professor Mahesh also indicated exactly that how the tradition developed syncretically and how they all developed going together. Not the kind of often the fictional hypothesis, I would say, or the thesis that are presented in our contemporary times since 20th century, but that's another story, that's a particular development. But you can see that Lévy traced it from, you can see from Asia, not only Asia, Nepal, Tibet, China, and Japan. This is the span. Of course, the European scholarship does not forget its own perspective, but traces actually the textual studies from these four and other places. Also, Indonesia and Vietnam, etc., are also there in the radar of Sylvain Lévy. In fact, he contributed in Indonesia in the restoration of several old temples, which you may call Buddhist, you may call Hindu, because Hindu is a later word. So Buddhist or Hindu or whatever. So that way he has really encompassed and conceptualized Buddhism. And then we can see that how he goes to various other real textual studies. And one of the studies that you find is Hibgirin or Hobogirin, both pronunciations are there. I don't know Japanese, but in Japanese it is there. Both way, and normally it should have been Hobogirin, because this kind of Hibgirin, though in the official book that I have got, it is written as HBG, but this is a typical consonant cluster which should not be a part of Japanese. It cannot be a part of Japanese. So it should be Hobogirin or Habagirin or whatever way they pronounce it, because Hibgirin is in the initial consonant cluster is not a feature of Japanese, but it's a feature of Indo-European languages. So it doesn't work that way, but need to be confirmed further. But as the book is available, and even today, whenever the American or the European scholars have to find the exact definitions and conceptualizations of a word, this is the text which is referred to, which is in French. Now you see the European scholarship, at the moment you engage with the Buddhist thought or across Asia, or several other thought processes in the Indian tradition, the French becomes a very important source. And here you have one example. And without French and German, it may be difficult because they are the ones who have done it. And initially, of course, they collaborated with Russian and Ukrainian scholars also, and there are proof about it. Levy itself, he has worked with the scholars, Russian scholars like Cherbatsky, and there are many others also. Of course, I won't know the entire Slavic area in such details that I can really identify their origins. But I am sure almost that their origins, even in the Russian, the old USSR, when I say Russian, the old USSR entire sphere, the origins would be very important, and to understand scholars on the basis of those origins would be very important. But that aspect, I'm not fully competent. I'm trying to seek collaborations on that, and some people may volunteer to waste their time with me on these aspects. So anyway, as Levy had studied, he had studied Sanskrit, and he had studied Sanskrit texts, like we can see with Professor Olena, that she could easily recite from the texts. And when I kind of initiated the pun, shared the pun on Purnamadaya Purnamidam, she's the only one who smiled and laughed. So you can see they all studied Sanskrit texts, and Levy had a study. And this way he takes on the texts in Sanskrit tradition on various kinds of Prakrit, Pali, and Sanskrit. And when he explains in Hobogirin the conceptualizations as done in Tibetan, as done in Chinese, and as done in Japanese and Korean traditions, time and again, he goes back to the original sources. He goes back to the original words, also reconstructing the words. So he won't leave the word. For example, if the word sutta is given, then he won't leave it there. He would take it to sutra, and he would take it to all the variations of the sutra. So being a trained philologist that he is, he could easily find the crux of all the variations in pronunciation and all and kind of the Sanskrit originals, which itself will have various variations, may have itself variations, because Sanskrit recension is also not one. Suppose we talk of Vedas.
You can start slideshow, I think. Yeah?
No, I'm not stopped, sir.
No, slideshow,
Yeah.
so that we can have bigger. You have not started slideshow. You click on the slideshow and start from the current. Here,
Okay.
click on the slideshow and start from current.
Slideshow, I'm not getting
Here,
that,
Upar.
Upar is stop sharing.
No,
Screen sharing.
insert design animation slideshow.
No, I'm not getting. I have mute, stop video, participants, chat, new share, pause share.
No.
Annotate.
I'm in your computer. जो PowerPoint है ना, उसमें PowerPoint में you have to start
in the
slideshow.
PowerPoint, in the screen itself, you mean? Okay.
So that we can see the slides clearly, because
Okay.
something is very interesting.
No, but now I see that, sir, this. Okay, wait. Slideshow. Do you get it now?
Now, okay.
Now, okay. Oh, yeah, it was. I forgot. Sometimes every time I learn and I forget. So it is on the right corner at the bottom always. Yeah, that is true, sir. So anyway, so you see, Hobogirin, I have talked about it. So now you see, he always goes back to the original text. And then what is the original text? Because it will have with recensions. In India, we don't have anything like original concept itself, except for that, whatever the notion of sat may be. But we don't have that uniqueness as happens in the Greek tradition. So, but anyway, perhaps for the first time, this is another aspect which I propose, and let the Pali scholars enlighten me further, because in other scholars prior to Sylvain Levy, I don't find a clear canonization of Buddhist literature. Of course, the text is important, Tripitaka is important, but there's nothing like canonization, because canonization itself is a European concept. And in Indian concept, that we won't talk of canonization, we will talk more of the commentaries. But for the first time in preparing such texts like Hobogirin and several other texts of similar nature, I see that a kind of canonization that is taking place among the Buddhist texts. So which are the texts? Then you can identify, okay, these are the canons of, let's say, Sinhala lecture, Sinhala presentation on Buddhism, or from the Thailand, or from Burma, Myanmar, etc. But perhaps again, it is not an Indian category. But when I conceptualize it through the European mind, like Stephen Davy, I find that there is an emphasis on canonization, which is not so much in the Indian mind. We do have importance given to texts and the words given to text. Even the first lesson, you can see the importance given to Jina Vachana, but it is Jina Vachana that matters more. So it is the Vachana, it's the Aptavakya that matters more than the canonization of the text, because the notion of text is itself extremely different. So in this way, when I visit the writings of Sylvain Levy and similar scholars, I find that a certain kind of canonization that is taking place, which has both the aspects. Of course, in a university system, you need to establish a certain curricula. So there you need some representative texts that I can understand. But the representative, the moment for centuries we would have done a representative text, then some scholars would, on the name of whatever philosophical trends, postmodernism or post-structuralism, would come and tell us that no, the marginal texts are equally important. So the margins and the center, the debate of margins and the center, that debate is started even in Buddhist studies, which itself is anti-Buddhist thought. Because in the Indic tradition, or in Buddhist tradition specifically, because we are talking today of that, there is no possibility of center and the margin. Because the center keeps, the center is always in flux and the margin is always in flux. You cannot identify that. But still, I find that a certain kind of canonization, and that I can understand, because for the purpose of a kind of a structured study in a structured syllabus. And Sylvain Levy has gone to that. In fact, he has gone to collect all the names of the text, and then the text itself from various sources, and as done in kind of modern universities in his time in Japan and Korea and parts of China, and of course, but there were no universities, but at least the traditional learning centers, he has done it. So in the process of the canonization of texts, Sylvain Levy takes into consideration the far and extent tradition of Buddhism across India. No, that's very important, that even though canonization is happening, he is not taking just one variety or one text, but he goes to various recensions. For example, even Ashwa Ghosh, he has reconstructed. He's the one person who has reconstructed. We often talk of that so many chapters are found in India in Sanskrit sources, and there's so many other chapters found in Chinese and other sources, etc. But who is the one who has done it? He is one of the prime contributors to that process, among others, but he's one of the prime contributors. And then when he works on that, he takes into account into various sources, right? Not only from Japanese and others, but he takes into another sources, which is often just referred to, but not taken into account properly. These are the Tokarian sources, the Tushara Pradesh sources, as they call in Sanskrit, Tushara Pradesh, and the Tokarian, and goes on to understand it at a very deeper level. To some extent, though he has not written it, but to some extent, one may take it to linear way of the Greek tradition also. The way he deciphers, along with, again, he collaborates with the linguists, though he's a trained philologist and a trained Indologist. But in that tradition, he collaborates with several phoneticians and phonological experts from the French tradition itself, because he was from France. But not to say not only from there, but he collaborates with Russian scholars, because Tocharian was an area of Chinese Turkmenistan. The Chinese scholars didn't collaborate, but the local scholars were there, and the local manuscripts were studied with a vast collaboration of scholars from various parts. So this, again, it's not only the expansion in vast lands of Asia, but as in those lands where it doesn't exist anymore, and the reconstruction of the text. When he is trying to reconstruct the text and reconstitute the philological principles to reconstruct the text, it is at that moment that the brilliance of this scholar comes, and he conceptualizes again Buddhist understanding at a very larger framework. And then Asians accepted, this is one thing that that we come to understanding when we read it, that Asians accepted Buddhism as part of the syncretism of cultural tradition. And we can see today that in the presentation of the presentation from Bali, from Indonesia, we can see that in the presentation, the first one I have already mentioned at the conference, and when Professor Orona presented it, it was so obvious the kind of philosophical amalgamation that we notice. is so obvious, but in the writings of Levi, we find the concrete examples, and I've given an example of sutra, and there are so many other words. When we say pragya, he will take into consideration of so many other variations, and not only in terms of words, but in terms of conceptualizations also, and you try to present that. So and this is where a very important aspect comes, that why even when Dr. Olena says that there is a thinker who is Christian in essence, who is a Christian in training, finds some essential similarities and some essential understanding from the Buddhist thought processes. Now, what is the reason for this? This is something that in Sylvain Levy, I find the question being raised, and the entire Indological tradition that raises this question, that why this sudden interest? What was the reason? So the Europeans conceptualized perhaps Buddhism as part of the Indic origin intellectual system, definitely. It's a certain kind of tantra, no doubt about it, which provided not only the mythological, as was said, not only the mythological or the religious, etc., but narrations around Buddha, but also provided deep philosophical engagement. Now here, not only deep philosophical engagement, but with several philosophical systems of India, and he is very much aware. He gives us examples. He edited Sutra Lankar. So problems of Hindu chronology, he talks of the problems of Hindu chronology in that sense. And then you can easily see that when he talks of Sutra Lankar, he not only takes only one variety or one version of Sutra Lankar, but he takes many other varieties. And I will just read briefly one quote there from Sylvain Levy. The translation is mine, the texts are all in French. That a fundamental problem of the Hindu chronology soon brought me to Sutra Lankar. Because chronology is not important. See, a space, where is a space? And time is a category of a space. This is understood. So with this understanding, if we take, where do you place time? This is a problem of chronology. The European mind could place time only linearly. And I'm not saying talking of circular, non-linear, etc. But the point is that what is time? What is the space itself? How do you identify it? So all these questions brought him to Sutra Lankar in a quest for the documents on Indo-Scythian Kanishka. Now, this is the Tocharian and the other Iranian and till Caucasian areas. Kanishka, I gathered from the Chinese versions two tales which glorified the orthodoxy and of the great of the orthodoxy and the piousness of the great prince. Conquered by the beauty of the work, I was not desperate to find the original manuscript in Nepal. So he tries to find the original manuscripts not only in Nepal but everywhere in India. But where he finds it, that is very interesting. He tries to find it, and then he goes to Japan. In Japan, where I went subsequently, I had the surprise to see a new work of Ashwaghosh is still unknown in Europe. And to large extent, I find that version unknown in India also, entitled Mahayana Shraddhotpad. Now, widely known and used in the schools and convents, Buddhist convents, where justifying the title of the text as the historical foundation of the doctrines of Mahayana, great vehicle, he says, under the guidance of the eminent priest, he studies these texts and then he publishes it. So Levi provides such instances from his own scholarship, and to end it all, what he says finally that he worked on it, he got the manuscripts and everything is ready, but it was not published. Nobody was ready to publish it. And why it was published? Now, Mr. Teitaro Suzuki, an old alumnus of the seminary of Kyoto. Now, Kyoto, even today, University of Kyoto is very important in Indological studies. Attracted by the American movement of the Neo-Buddhism, published an exact and fidel version of this text in 1900, which was prepared by him along with other scholars, and Winterneitz and such others had also collaborated. So you can see here we have this kind of understanding and this kind of quest of the Western mind, and Sylvain Levy responds to that. Now, why is that quest? Even today, we may ask that why is that quest in the Western mind from Buddhism and from other similar sources? We have had cultural movements in this regard. And what is that that brings the Christian mind which worked till 15th, 16th century to such thought processes that they are attracted to the thought processes in Buddhism and such other similar Indic traditions, Indic origin traditions. So we have to understand this the philosophical purport. And this is where Sylvain Levy is the bridging gap. And Sylvain Levy, in the slides that you can see, that the Hindu come Buddhist traditions, he talks of that. He talks, he cites, I will try to adhere to the time, but the citations are long, but he cites, I will very briefly, I will cite it. Again, I translate in English, or if there are anyone, if for Olena, maybe if you know French, I will read once in French, that ce n'est point un hasard si le vocable consacré d'Arhat, Arhat, you can see Arhat, the sound here, et the Buddha figure déjà dans les Brahmanas. So this is where he finds the Hindu come Buddhist tradition. I translate it. It is not a coincidence that the words attributed to Arhat and to Buddha occur already in the Brahmanas. Now, Brahmanas is a group of texts. No, this is the kind of tradition, this is the kind of syncretism that in the Buddhist tradition he finds. Something to which continuously our Pali scholars and Prakriti scholars keep referring to. Even today, I could see that in the first lecture. So Levy conceptualizes Buddhism with the constituent elements of present and past. In both present, I have given you the neo-Buddhist traditions of Europe. We have to ask that why is this interest? That question I have left. I will try to come to that question gradually. But the present and the past, when he amalgamates with the much needed concoction of the magic potion, this is where I'm trying to answer that why Europe's quest aims in Buddhism and similar traditions in India, that this is the magic potion to the European and the American rational mind. Now, this is a rational mind. As Professor Kalantorova also mentioned, they're very rational, very logical philosophers. So this is the rational, reason-based mind, which talks of empiricism, rationalism, and all kinds of experimentation, etc. But it still gets somewhere in the process self-persecuted by the reason and the unreasonable religious dogmas and institutions. The example of religious dogmas and institutions is very common. Galileo was burnt and all that, we can talk about it. But the Europeans work very hard to grow out of that. But in terms of philosophical understanding, they get self-persecuted. What happens? You bring the reason to the world, and ultimately, for example, the French Revolution, which is the pioneering revolution for the establishment of the democratic principles, it ended not only 100 years of to and fro and kinds of killings, etc., everything, but gets self-persecuted. The entire philosophy gets self-persecuted in the culmination in the 2 world wars. So the philosophical quest which was there, what was the philosophical quest? The philosophical quest was about finding that kind of political model, that kind of philosophical political model, which would possibly allow the individual psychological variations in the political and philosophical models. The truth is not one. We cannot say, as the Greeks would say, that fire is the ultimate truth, or any such idea. We may follow Jesus, that's fine, but whatever the church says has to be followed now. That became a problem for the European mind. And this was the quest, that how do you find a political philosophical model which cannot end into the self-persecution? And this is where the response comes from various sources, and a lot of response comes from Buddhism, because Buddhism is seen and can be found as a living political philosophy, as a living philosophical system, as a living system of thought which answers to several queries, the natural queries of humankind that Buddha also started with, that what is death, why suffering is there, what is suffering, etc., etc. So all that you can find in the writings of Buddhism. And it is not only the 4 noble truths which come from where Buddhism begins, but a lot of deliberations and all that. And still you will not find even once that any of these societies has any inherent internal cause of violence. So this is where the Western mind got attracted. And this is the bridging gap when I find Sylvain Levy and scholars collaborating with him, trying to establish the link between the West and the East, and getting the Eastern mind up till the level of Indo-European levels for a kind of new identity that might define not only New Europe, in which Sylvain Levy was functioning, but entire world, because it is the European model somewhere, which is the beckoning principle of political governance in our contemporary times. So thank you, sir. I hope I have kept my time, though that was my responsibility. So anyway, I have overshot the time. I know it. Anyway,
Thank you so much, Professor Sushant Kumarji, for your really very wonderful presentation. We, as students of Buddhist studies, we keep on hearing his name, Sylvain Levy. How to correct pronunciation? What is Sylvain Levy or Silva Levy?
No, it is Sylvain
Silva Levy.
Sylvain Levy.
So he is really, I'm very happy to listen to his contribution through your presentation. You very well explained how he perceived and how he studied Indic studies and all these things. I think Silva Levy is a very, very important person in the field of Indic studies, I think, because he was the co-founder of Ecolo Franchise de Extreme Orient in Hanoi.
Yes, that is.
That is very, very important organization, which is doing very, very good work, really. And if I am correct, he is the Silva Levy, I think. Can you see?
No, I think I have to stop sharing, then you can.
Yeah, please stop sharing.
Yes, he is the one, sir. He is the one.
Silva Levy.
Yes.
And
yes,
he founded, he's one of the founding members of that institution,
yes.
in that Ecolo Franchise, the extreme, the bolna hai, how to say that, the extreme.
No, it is École Française d'Extrême Orient in Hanoi. But anyway, forget it. We all are entitled to our Malach pronunciation. I have already apologized to Dr. Olena for this.
Yeah.
So that is our Malach pronunciation in the Patanjali's term. So we are all allowed.
That is very good because he founded, he founded it in 1902 in Hanoi.
Yes.
And then his student, one of the students, a female student, joined that organization in 1922 and remained in Hanoi up to 1941. And she continuously working. And he is Silva Levy. Thank you very much, Sushant Kumarji, for bringing bringing this knowledge to us. And I think now you want to say, winding up, any comments to, because the time is already up.
No, time is already up. There's nothing. I must thank all the scholars and thank Professor Upendra and thank for all the enlightening comments and questions that I got from the participants. So it is a formal thank and thank you, Professor Divlendraji, also for joining us today. So that's all. There's nothing to summarize. Almost after every lecture, whatever I wanted to say, I have already said, and questions are many, answers are always difficult, and they do not come from me, but I think it is the maybe on other occasions and through the writings of all these scholars, I will be more enlightened. So for me, it was an enlightening session. I'm grateful to all the scholars, to all the organizers. Thank you. That's all, sir. Nothing much. Thank you, sir. You can.
Thank you so much, Professor Sushant Kumar Mishraji, for coming and sparing time for us, and also managing your session perfectly, enthusiastically. And I think next session is ready. Next session will be chaired by, I am sharing my screen. The next session, now we are just only 5 minutes late. This much is quite natural in the international conference. So it starts from 11:35 to 1:30 p.m. So this will be chaired by Professor Rajesh Ranjanji. Rajesh Ranjanji has already joined in our meeting. Professor Rajesh Ranjan is from Department of Pali in Navalanda Mahavihara. Navalanda Mahavihara is a very, very highly renowned historical place in Magadha. Now it is in Bihar. He is also Dean of Faculty of Pali and other languages in Navalanda Mahavihara. and he uh, uh, often visits because being in Navalanda Mahavihara, he had the opportunity to visit Cambodia and other few countries. I met him in Cambodia also, and they had one picture, that photo exhibition from Navalanda Mahavihara. It was wonderfully done. That time, I remember our present President of India, Ramnath Kovind, was there, and we met him, and we took even photos with Ramnath Kovind during that time. So I invite Professor Rajesh Ranjanji to chair this present session. In this session, Dr. Ujjwal Kumar and Dr. Sonam Jangpo and Dr. Preeti Oja will present the papers. Professor Rajesh Ranjanji.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Thank you, Professor Rao, for your kind words. And definitely, we had a chance to meet in Cambodia when you were the visiting professor there. And we had one exhibition on behalf of Ministry of Culture on Buddha Charika. And your cooperation was really very well managed. And at the outset, let me acknowledge my thankfulness to Professor Bimlendra Kumar, who last evening who informed me that one important conference is going on, and it is organized by Jawaharlal Nehru University, and Professor Rao is the key person. And if I want to join, I would be given a chance to join that. So thank you, Professor Rao, for giving me this chance to join such an important conference. And I think you have already told that there are 3 papers in this session. The very first one is by Ujjwal Kumar. Dr. Ujjwal Kumar, he is an associate professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Calcutta. Earlier, he had chance to serve at Pune University, Department of Pali. So I think he hardly needs any introduction. And straightway, I invite Dr. Ujjwal Kumar to present his paper. The title of his paper is The Spread of Indian Thought in Southeast Asia, with a special reference to Pali language and literature. So I think Dr. Ujjwal Kumar is there. Hello, Ujjwal ji.
Yeah, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
So may I start now?
Sure.
So first of all, I express my gratitude and thanks to Mr. Rao for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. I also express my gratitude to the chair, my teacher sitting here, the web mode, and other fellow delegates. As you know that my topic is the spread of Indian thought to Southeast Asia. May I allow to share my screen also?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, is it visible now?
It is visible.
Of course.
Start slide. So yeah. So
Okay, sir. Thank you. So directly I'm coming to the introduction, and I think it would be appropriate to highlight first the geographical landscape of Southeast Asia, as I have mentioned in my title. At least for this presentation, it is required so that I can limit myself to some specific areas of Southeast Asia. Because the Pali texts I am going to discuss here are not found in the present modern understanding of Southeast Asia. In contemporary definition, Southeast Asia consists of 2 geographic regions. Number 1, mainland Southeast Asia, also known as Indochina or Peninsula, and historically as Indochina, comprising Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. And second one is the maritime Southeast Asia, comprises countries like Andaman and Nicobar, Island of India, Brunei, Malaysia, East Asia, etc. My paper is confined with the Cambodia the Myanmar, Thailand, 3 countries of mainland Southeast Asia, except the Vietnam and Laos. So the topic of the seminar is the spirit of Buddhist thought. I have given my title as the spirit of Indian thought. While writing this paper, I argued myself whether it would have been appropriate to call Indian thought or Jambudipian thought. The spirit we are talking about technically originated from Jambudip. I know that today the same large area of Jambudip is known as India. But in the literature, I mean the Buddhist literature we are talking about here, there is no land known as India. My point is that in the development of thoughts, adoption and adaptation happen so easily that we forget about the name or the original name, and we use the adapted terminology generally. Why am I here talking about this adoption and adaptation? The reason for this is the Indian thought that reached to Southeast Asia was not only the Theravada Buddhism, but along with the Buddhist scriptures related to Brahmin or Vedic religion, non-Theravada Buddhism also penetrated to Southeast Asia, as some of my fellow colleagues already discussed here about the mixture of Buddhism and Hinduism in Bali and some other part of Southeast Asia. When Theravada Buddhism received state recognition, then through this adoption, adaptation, and translation, a new literature of Theravada developed. Similar views is also held by Daniel Boucher, who says that the history of the transmission of Buddhism, and I add here one line, that the history of development of Buddhist texts has also in many ways been the history of its translation. Regardless of which language the Buddha himself spoke, a source of ongoing scholarly debate, he certainly did not preach in any of the languages in which his purported sayings are preserved. Although not frequently brought to the fore, our corpus of Indian Buddhist texts, be they Pali, Gandhari, or Sanskrit, is a corpus of translations. Leaving aside the language in which Buddha himself gave his messages, if you look at the development of Buddhist studies as a subject over the last 150 or 200 years, it has been either Sri Lanka-based Theravada Buddhism, mainly done by the European scholar, UK scholars, Nepal, China-based Mahayana Buddhism, promoted by the French scholars, as Professor Misra had just cited Srival Levi, or the Tibetan-based Buddhism or the Tantrian Buddhism, which is one of the most relevant nowadays in European countries, as some of the scholars mention in Bulgaria and other parts of the world. A great part of the development of the study of Pali Buddhist literature, which comes from the Southeast Asia, I mean Cambodia, Myanmar, and Thailand, has been neglected. Western scholars have done little work on this area, but most of the Indian scholarship are silent on the history and literature of Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, Indian literature has been transmitted for at least a millennium and a half. Text and Tripitaka have traveled back and forth across the Indian Ocean, throughout the southern seas, and along the Southeast Asian land routes. The different countries and cultures of the region have each made their own contributions to the transmissions, preservations, and compositions of Pali literature. The result is that the Pali heritage of each culture is different. The Buddhist literature of Burma and Siam, in Thailand, is transmitted not only in Pali, but also in vernaculars. Pali and vernacular are intimately related, and it is often impossible to assign priority to the one or the other. That is, Pali texts were translated into Burmese or Thai, and Burmese or Thai texts were rendered into Pali. Example of the later are chronicles like the Sasanvansa from Burma, which was originally written in Burmese language and later on transmitted into Pali. Same like the Chamdevi Vansa and Ratnabimba Vansa of Thailand, which were originally written in Thai and then transmitted into Pali. Unfortunately, these last two texts are not available in India, or in there is no Indian edition. Another thing that should also be discussed here is whether the inclusion of Indian Buddhist texts in Burma and Siam were done through Sri Lanka or from India. As in the morning session, Professor Devkar has cited that the Buddhism reached to this main Southeast Asian countries through Sri Lanka. I am not totally agree with such type of argument, because we know that the earliest evidence for the use of Pali in Siam is in inscriptions from central Thailand by the 6th century Common Era in Dwaravati and neighboring states. These early inscriptions are not original or local compositions, rather they are citations from classical Pali texts from India. And most common of all was the Ye Dhamma inscriptions. I mean the Ye Dhamma Hetipova, Tesam Hetu Tathagatoa, the formula of Patisamutpa, which is found inscribed on a stone, brick, and terracotta. Because why I'm quoting this line of Professor Skilling, that Ye Dhamma formula in inscription are not available as such in large scale in Sri Lanka. So it might be possible, or it is a topic of discussion, that how the text penetrated to Southeast Asia. As far as the inscriptions are concerned, it seems that the text went through India. Now coming to the topic. In my abstract, I have mentioned that in three forms, the Indian knowledge traditions have penetrated in Southeast Asia. The first had been as a Theravada Dharma with the Pali language. The second as the Brahman Dharma or the Vedic Dharma with the Sanskrit language. And the third as the Mahayana or the branches of the Sravakyan with the Sanskrit Buddhist language and literature. When the Theravada was officially established as the state religion in Burma, Siam, etc., Sanskrit literature affiliated to Buddhist and non-Buddhist, which existed there already, were transmitted or translated into Pali, or with the help of such Sanskrit texts, various branches of secular Pali literature developed. This type of secular literature can be marked such as Pali cosmological literature and Pali Niti literature. Here I am confining myself with these two branches of Pali literature, which are unfortunately not discussed so far in the history of Pali literature books. The Pali cosmological literature was developed with the influence of Buddhist Sanskrit literature. And the non-Buddhist Sanskrit literature, I mean the Brahminical literature, was used as a source in the Pali Niti literature. This secular literature of Pali is a vast repository. Under the Pali cosmological literature, we have the texts like Lok Panyati, Lok Dipakshara, Lok Dipani, etc. Here I am going to discuss only one text, that is the Chagati Dipani or the Panchagati Dipani. Under the Pali Niti literature, we have the texts like Lok Niti, Dhamma Niti, Mahara Niti, Raj Niti, also the Chanakya Niti. Here I am going to limit myself to that discussion of the Lok Niti only. So in order to complete my paper in the prescribed time, I am citing here one book, as I said, only the Panchagati from the PCL and one Pali Niti literature from the book. So the Panchagati, this is the name of the text, is Panchagati Dipani, is a wonderful example of the process of translation, adoption, and adaptation. Originally, this text is received in Sanskrit under the name of Sadgati Karika. Later, this text was translated into Chinese, Tibetan, and Pali. In Pali, this text is found in Burma at Chagati Dipani. Later, Chagati Dipni was amended and edited in Cambodia as the Panchgati Dipni, and thus this text was included in Theravada tradition. The history of this book from its disappearance till its availability in modern India is very interesting. Looking at the development journey of this Indian book, it seems that it had gone on a world tour and re-entered India while traveling to China, Tibet, Burma, Cambodia, Thailand, Russia, France, UK. Through this book, we can trace the evolution of Pali in Southeast Asia. Our text from a Buddhist Sanskrit tradition was translated into Pali and incorporated into the Theravada tradition. Listen, just now, in previous speaker, Professor Misra has talking about this scholarship of Silva Levi, the French scholar. The Panchgati Dipni, manuscript of this Panchgati Dipni was also deciphered by the Silva Levi. And unfortunately, he was died in 1923. And after that, his student, Paul Mus, published this, this text first time in French itself. Regarding the authorship and school affiliation of this Panchgati Dipni, in one manuscript of found by Levi, it is said that this text was written by the great Mahayana master Aswaghosha. So the Sanskrit text assigned this text to the Aswaghosha, and here this verse I have just mentioned here, Arya Dharma Samriti Prasthana Mahayana Sutra. Sutrat Sanskrita Mahapandit Aswaghoshana Sadgati Karika Samapta. In Pali, when this text was transmitted to Burma around 11th century AD, this text was assigned to again one Pandit Samughoshena. It seems that this text was the name of the person Ashwaghosha was rendered as Shamughosha. But interestingly, we know that this text Panchgati Dipni was not written originally in or developed originally as a Sadgati Karika, but this text was found in a Avadan literature called Ratmala Avadan of 3rd, 4th century Common Era. In the chapter Ratmala Avadan, chapter 28, Panchal Raj Avadana, there is a this is the text. There is a chapter called Panchal Raj Avadana of Ratmala Avadan. And here the entire Pali text of Sadgati Karika, Sanskrit text of Sadgati Karika is available. Later on, this same text of Sadgati, you can say the Sadgati Karika, extracted from the Ratmala Avadan and spread to the northern countries like China and Tibet, in the name of Aswaghosha. And later on, that text penetrated to Burma, to Indian Peninsula, you must can say, and transmitted into Pali as a Chagati Dipni. And this is the chapterization, you can say, in a summary way of Sadgati Karika and Chagati Dipni. In Sadgati Karika, that the text mainly discuss about the 6 gatis, and in Pali Chagati Dipni, also we have 6 gatis. But later on, when this text transmitted to Burma to Cambodia, this text was amended and re-edited and composed as a Panchgati Dipani. Because in Pali tradition, in Theravada tradition, the gatis are mentioned as only 5. So the Asura Gati or Asura Kanda of Sadgati Karika is somehow adjusted into the Peth Kanda of Panchgati Dipani. And in this way, they have sorted out one Gati and put this text in the 5 Gatis only. So let us see some examples of Pali Panchgati and Sanskrit Sadgati, some common verses I am citing here for your understanding that how the same ideas transmitted from the Buddhist Sanskrit to the Pali tradition. Here also, it would be nice to say you that this Buddhist Sanskrit text, as far as the Sadgati Karika is concerned, it seems to belongs to the Samitya Sampradaya, Samitya school of Indian Buddhist thought. Like the verse you see here, number 1, the Kaya Dihi Katam Kammam, Atna Yam Subha Subham, Phalam Taseva Bunjanti, Kata Ayona Bijati. Same verse you will see here in Sanskrit, Kaya Vag Manasam, Karma Kritam, Yach Subha Subham, lok sattasya phalam bhunkte karta anyo asti kasyachit. Number 3, you see here, the iti mantva dayapanno tiloka guru sattha. And in Sanskrit, iti sarve kripa vista trilok guru jina. Hitya avoch shattanam kamuno yas phalam. And in Sanskrit, ukta vantas tadha tadhi karmano yas yat phalam. So somehow this the entire text of this Sanskrit Sadgati Karika is rendered or transmitted in Pali Panchagati Deepani. But while translating the text, the author or the Pali Panchagatikara has adapted some methodology. Like for example, some of the verses are translated as it is. There was no change at all. But while translating from the Sanskrit, the translator has also tried to use the exact Pali word many times. For example, the Sanskrit word kala, which is known as for the black, has been translated as Pali in Pali as a kala in Pali, because kala is used in Pali for the time. And you see here the verse kal sutrena samustraya in Sadgati, but in Pali kal sutta anusarena. So here the author has very much conscious about while he's translating the text. However, there are some wrong rendering like unhi for vanhi, pratha for pasrava, and some other words you will see that the Pali translator, while rendering the text, has adopted. And some also grammatical in uses you will see where the Pali Kara, the Pali Nitikara have Panchagati Deepnikara had changed the meaning. Like for example, he used the word daya instead of the in Sanskrit word was kripa. Also, he used the word adayo in Sanskrit word for the Sanskrit word niskripa, udam for ratam, arudante for arantaha, etc., etc. So here I wanted to show you with this help of a single text of Panchagati that how the non-Theravada Buddhist text, especially the Buddhist text composed in India under the branches of different Sravakyan school like Samitya, which were very close to heretics, because the Theravadins call them heretics because the Samityas were the followers of Pudgalvad, but they have adapted the Samitya text into the Theravada tradition, and this text was transmitted into different forms. So now come to please to the chair. I also request please remind me once my time is going to finish. I will try to sort my lecture immediately. Also, you will see among the Pali Niti text if I come to the next topic of my discussion is that we have the text like Lok Niti, Maharaniti, Dham Niti, etc. in the Pali tradition, and these texts are influenced with the Brahminical ideas, with the Brahminical text. For example, I am directly going to cite some verses from the Lok Niti, and will give you the parallel example of the Sanskrit verses. Like for example, in Pali, you see here, Mata Veri Pita Satru Yen Balana Sikhita, Sabha Madhya Sovanti, Hans Madhya Bakayatha. Same verse you will see here, Mata Satru Pita Veri Yen Baluna Patita, Na Sobhante Sabha Madhye, Hans Madho Bakoyatha. This verse is very famous in Chanakya, you will find in Chanakya and Hitopadesi, etc. And this verse is rendered into Pali as a Pali verse. And some also verse like you see here, one verse from the Lok Niti that Chaj Dujjan Sansagam, Bhaj Sadhu Samagamam, Kar Punyam Ahoratim, Sar Nicham Anichatam. And in Sanskrit, you will see that Tej Durjan Sansargam, Bhaj Sadhu Samagamam, Pru Punyam Ahoratrim, Samara Nityam Anityatam. So we can see that this Pali Nitikaras has directly taken verses from the Sanskrit text, and they rendered those verses into their literature. And interestingly,
sorry, Ujjaji, I am interrupting. Try to finish your paper within 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So now I directly come to the conclusion because I know the times, the restriction of the time. What I am saying here that the text rendered into the Pali has adopted different methodology to transmit the ideas from the the Buddhist sect. And this example of taking vocabularies and ideas are not happen only in the Southeast Asia, but even if you look the modern text, if you look the Pali Tripitaka itself, you will find that the Buddha has also adapted vocabularies, ideas from their contemporary system, and he rendered those vocabulary into his guise, into his own Buddhist ideology. For example, recently I am writing a paper on the Buddhist terminology, Brahminical terminology in Buddhist guise, and I found many words which were used by the Buddha and in the different saints. Like for example, the Buddha or the Buddhist text also knows about the Gayatri mantra, and interestingly, the commentator said that, the Pali commentator, the Sutta Nipat commentator said that the Buddha, when asking to a Brahman that, do you know the Savitri mantra, that is the Gayatri mantra, he meant that, do you know Buddham Sarnam Gacchami, Dhammam Sarnam Gacchami, Sangham Sarnam Gacchami? For the Pali commentator, it means that the Trisharna is the Tripadi Chavis Akhari Gayatri mantra for the Buddhist. So this idea of adaptation is very popular even in the early Buddhist phase. And these things we also visualize in the transmission of Buddhist texts in Southeast Asia. So I am very thankful with these words, I just stop myself. And thanks to the chair and the organizer for giving me this opportunity. Many thanks, sir.
Any question, any query?
One quick query, sir, if you allow.
Sure.
Professor Ujjwal Kumar, it was a very interesting presentation. Just would like to know what is the time frame difference between these two texts? Translation time frame reference.
Lokniti and this Panchagati Deepni. Actually, this Panchagati Deepni was transmitted into Burma around 11th, 12th century Common Era. This text was translated into Pali as the Chagati Deepni. Because this text was mentioned, the Chagati Deepni was mentioned in a one Burmese inscriptions of 14th century Common Era. And then this Lokaniti was also written around 14th century Common Era by a minister called Chaturanga Bala. So that was the time around the 11th to 14th century of composition.
So there is no big time lapse between two creations. Almost
there
contemporary.
No yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please? I think no one. So thank you, Ujjwal ji, for presenting a very nice paper. It was, I think now I should invite the second speaker, Dr. Sonam Jangpo. She is assistant professor in the Department of Indo-Tibetan Studies, Vishwabharati, and her topic of presentation is spread of Buddhism. Spread of Buddhism in Pangi Valley of Chamba district in Himachal Pradesh. Dr. Sonam.
Yes, thank you. Gangi Tuji Newzona, Tawatum Japan Pitcher, Tempation to Zumbi, Gotham de la Chaza. Sarva Dristri, Paranha, Yasa Dharmam Deshad, Anukampam, Upadayatam, and Namasami Gotham. Am I audible to all?
Your voice, yes, your voice is quite audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Respected chairperson, Professor Rajesh Ranjan sir, and respected all the scholar delegates from throughout the world. And I would like to extend my thanks to the organizer, especially Professor Supender Rao ji, for giving me this opportunity to interact with the scholars or experts on Buddhism across the world. So I thank him And also beg my apologize because I have not prepared PPT presentation. So I will just go through by reading and present paper in a such way, in a that way. And I have tried to discuss my paper in 7 points, and including introduction and the conclusion. And the topics that I have discussed in my paper is about Himalaya and Tibetan Buddhism, then Pangi, and then Bonoti Gompa, then Buddhism in Pangi, past and present, then Pangi Valley, Pangi, Gonpas in Pangi, and it's a brief introduction. And under this, there are some subheadings, which where I have discussed about the so without spending much time in explaining all these things, I just want to read the paper. I hope you will give your attention. So as you already aware that the topic of my paper is spread of Buddhism in Pangi Valley of Chamba district in Himachal Pradesh. And the introduction, it is a known fact that Buddhism is a rich treasure, spiritual paths, intellectual science, cultural heritage, and valuable thought and practice of India. It spreads very, very gradually and steadily, as well as peacefully in every Indian Himalayan state and territory, as well as in other countries of the world. So Buddhism is not just a light of Asia, but the light of world today. All it was happened right after its systematic foundation in India. Then it was spread by the great Dharma missionaries, great righteous kings, and then prosperous and powerful patrons, Buddhist scholars, saints, age-old teaching lineage masters, etc., from time to time in the past and present as well. As a result, still all forms of Buddhism and its prominent schools, along with their profound and extensive thought, welfare, behavior, and pure practices are existed, and not only in its birthland, but also across the world today. Consequently, the Buddhist followers are dwelling in the sacred abode of different Himalayan territories of India, where the Buddhism, particularly the Tibetan form of Buddhism, is alive and socially very active. Of course, its past is not bit traceable in the mentioned valley due to lack of reliable sources, but present situation is quite noteworthy. Pangi is an unexplored and peaceful valley from perspective of Buddhism, where though Hindu population is in majority, and next followed the Buddhist population. They are also called Bodh and Bodhs in their they are considered a scheduled tribe, and because that valley is a very tribal area of that district. So many Buddhist great teachers, yogis, or Tibetan highly learned as well as incarnated lamas had visited this region. They also blessed the land and its people for the better propagation and practice of Buddhist extraordinary teaching of the Buddha, like non-violence, generosity, loving kindness, peace, and compassion, etc., as considering an indispensable teaching essence of him in their daily life and actions. Hence, the history of Buddhism in Valley is not more than 5 to 700 years old. So the history that I am saying about the valley, Pangi Valley, is not very old, because of majority of the peoples are belong to Hinduism, and Buddhist population is very less in the valley. It is around 1,000, less than 1,000 Buddhist population is there. But still, Buddhist, those who are following Buddhism, they have a very, very nice thing very nice practices, and also very visit-worthy monasteries are there in the valley. So they are preserving all these things. So Buddhism is one of the Indian ancient spiritual and scientific thought and conduct. Hence, in course of time, Buddhism spread in Himalaya in 2nd century before current era, and the credit goes to Emperor Ashoka. And I think this is not that much needed. Some of such Tibetan scholar contributors in Indian Himalayas are great translator Rinchen Zangpo. His period is 958 to 1055 current era. Then multi-talented scholars. All these scholars are from Tibet. Multi-talented scholar Marpa Choki Lodo 1012 to 1100 current era. Then sage and saint Gotsangpa Gonpo Dorje 1189 to 1258 current era. Then great yogi Saint Taksang Repa Ngawang Gyatso 1573 to 1651 current era, and so on. And presently His Holiness Dalai Lama, then the Sakyagoma Rinpoche and 17 Gyalwa Karmapa, and His Holiness 12 Gyalwang Dupa, and so on. All these are Buddhist highly learned and incarnated Rinpoches, and they are also visiting the valley, and they are also giving teachings to the people all over the Himalayan regions, not only Himalayan regions but across the world. So this is the reason why Tibetan Buddhism is now spreading everywhere in the world. And now little bit about the Pangi Buddhism in Pangi, past and present. It's quite better to know earlier the history of development of Buddhism, at least in brief, in the neighboring Buddhist regions and states of the Pangi, as before, to discuss on the past and present situation of Buddhism in Pangi. It is much needed because we know that there is a close relation between every neighboring region and state in terms of culturally, culturally, traditionally, and commercially, then educationally, socially, religiously, as well as ethnically. Such thing is also applied here and focus on spread of Buddhism in Pangi Valley. In mountain regions in Himalaya, the human population is found very less as compared to the plain places of the country. Very especially in the Pangi Valley, Buddhist population is very sparse because due to severe weather and many geographical challenges. Nevertheless, it is quite exciting and exemplary to others to see activeness of Buddhist culture and practices in such harsh climate of the region from many years. And the history of spread of Buddhism in Pangi Valley is not just much ancient. Here, the thought of Buddhism was propagated by highly respectable Buddhist personalities from above mentioned neighboring regions, directly and indirectly from Tibetan pilgrims, preceptors, and practitioners. Specifically contributed by great Buddhist practitioners, scholar masters, lamas and rinpoches, etc., from Zanskar, Leh, Lahore, Chamba, Kulu, Manali, and so on. The Buddhists in Pangi are followers of Drukpa, one of the minor sect of Kagyupa school of Tibetan Buddhism. Drukpa school was founded by Gyalwang Sangpa Gyare, 1161 to 1211 current era in 12th century in Tibet. Buddhists are scattered in small hamlets in various valleys in Pangi. Due to the thin population, there is a Gonpa at a higher place altogether for 3 to 4 hamlets of the valley. Gonpas are not huge, storied, and residential facilities for monks are also not available. However, Gonpa plays important role in their all walks of life. Gonpa means monastery. Gonpa is taken care by lay people called Traba, who have learned religious performance, ritual practices, and due periods. They are not fully ordained monks, so they have their own family. Only on some special auspicious occasions, they wear monk's robe and sit together in the Gonpa. They are also invited by villagers to perform some religious prayers, rites, and practices at their individual house. Besides, every household has their own private and small shrine at their home, which is called Chökang in Boti or Tibetan language, means private temple. There also many valuable receptacles can be seen, and all family members also worship there daily. Then Gonpas in Pangi, or brief introductions. As it was mentioned earlier that Buddhists are inhabited in 5 Panchayats in Pangi Valley. In each valley of Buddhist inhabitant places, there is a monastery called Gonpa or Gompa by local people. Similarly, there are 5 monasteries in Pangi. Generally, they are known as Sural Gompa, Hudan Gompa, Parmar Gompa, Hiltuan Gompa, and Chasak Gompa. Besides Gonpas, Buddhist villages, one can also see many blazing and valuable monuments like stupas, mani mantra, etc., inscribed on the stone slab walls, meditation caves, big prayer flags, big hand prayer wheels, and so on, all around the villages. The brief introduction of all of them is noted here below. Now I am going, giving brief description about the Gonpas in the valley. Sural Gonpa. This is a beautiful village, and it is almost 30 kilometers away from the headquarters, Tehsil headquarters Kilad in Pangi. It lies in the northeast of Kilad. The Batori villages are situated at the altitude of more than 10,000 feet high from the sea level. The villages are divided into 3 small hamlets named as Hul, Hang, and Nangas in Boti or Tibetan language. All 3 are unitedly called as Sural Batori, and Batori refers to place of Buddhist inhabitants in the valley or in Pangi. At present, the village has 2 important monasteries. One is very old, and other is is new, which is recently built and quite bigger than the former. The actual name of the monastery is Tasi Choling, means Mangal Dharma Vihara or auspicious Dharma temple. The main image of both the of Shakyamuni Buddha that is quite big and placed in the middle of the temple hall. Besides, there are many other valuable figures and pictures on inside walls. All villagers used to gather here during all religious ceremonies and other auspicious days of a month and the year. In past, many venerable Lama Rinpoches had visited the old Gonpa and blessed the people too. The front side of Gonpa complex is full of sacred Bhoj tree. Bhoj, it's a very sacred, considered very sacred tree there, and people are not allowed to cut this tree, and not even the tree which is broken naturally are also not allowed to take it to use as a their firewood. So this is called very sacred tree there. Especially in the Gonpa surrounding or Gonpa, the trees which are in the Gonpa surrounding. At present, both Gonpas are supervised by Venerable Se Rinpoche, who mostly resides in his parental monastery in Manali, Himachal Pradesh. He also frequently visits to the Gonpa and delivers teachings to all devotee villagers from time to time. Next, Hudan Batori Gonpa. Hudan Batori is another beautiful village in Pangi, and it is 8 kilometers far away from Kilad. It lies in the east of Kilad, upward in the valley. The village is settled down in the foothills of the valley. Altogether, there are almost 30 families residing in the village. It is most populous Buddhist village in the Pangi. There is also a nice Gonpa to visit and do worship. The Gonpa is well maintained and decorated. The name of the Gonpa is Phuntsok Choling. So it is of 2-storied Gonpa. There are many venerable, many valuable statues inside the Gonpa. For instance, the statue of Shakyamuni Buddha, Acharya Padmasambhava, Avalokiteshvara, Tara, and so on. Beautiful wall paintings and many religious objects can be also seen there. Buddhist holy scriptures in Poti form are also visit worthy. So here also people used to gather during the religious ceremonies and the very auspicious ceremonies of the month. So all the there's social religious events take place in the Gonpa area or that Gonpa complex. The next the third Gonpa is Parmar Batori Gonpa. It is another Buddhist village in Pangi Valley. It lies in the southeast of Kilad. Kilad is actually the headquarter of the Tehsil because Pangi lies in the Chamba district. Um, so this Kilad is the headquarter of Pangi. The village is in the upward of the valley from Sach village. There is a Gonpa in the Parmar Batori village, and the name of Gonpa is Jamyang Chuling. The Gonpa is not very big in size, but definitely visit worthy for all devotees and tourists who are interested in Buddhist culture and studies. Like other Gonpas of the valley, this Gonpa also enshrine many valuable Buddhist receptacles as statues, scriptures, stupas, paintings, and so on. So this Gonpa is also supervised by Venerable Sir Rinpoche, who is also the head lama of the Gonpa, and he actually stays in Manali, Himachal Pradesh, but very often he used to visit the valley and the village and also Gonpa, and he also make arrangement for teachings. The next monastery is that Hiltuan Batori Gonpa. This village is sometimes also called as Tuan Batori. It is nearly 20 kilometers far away from Kilad in the southeast direction. There is thin Buddhist population but have a nice Gonpa for their worship and prayer. They used to go to visit the Gonpa on all auspicious days of a month and a year. All Buddhist important religious festivals and ceremonies are celebrated there with high zeal and religious motives. Gonpa has enshrined many religious receptacles such as statues of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other Dharma protectors, holy scriptures, stupas, and so on. The person who takes care of Gonpa is called Komnyer in their language. He looks after the Gonpa and performs all relevant pujas there. So again, this Gonpa is also supervised by Sir Rinpoche, who is staying in Manali. Actually, his father is from Tibet. So this Gonpa is earlier. This Gonpa was all the Gonpas in the Pangi Valley is belong to Tangna Rinpoche in Ladakh. But later on, due to long distance, it was offered to the Afo Rinpoche, who was the father of Sher Rinpoche. So Afo Rinpoche was from Tibet, and they also follow the tradition of Duang Shakyashri. And so since the valley is all the monasteries or Gonpas in the valley, they are the follower of Dupa Kagyupa school, one of the such school under the Kagyupa school. So Afo Rinpoche was also the disciple of Duang Shakyashri. Then the last Gonpa, then that is Chasak Batori Gonpa. Chasak Batori village is situated at 12,000 feet high from the sea level in the entire Pangi Valley. This village is situated at highest altitude among other Batori Gonpas. It is almost 25 kilometers far away from Klar and lies in the southeast of it. The village is located in the upward valley of the Sach or Sechu Nala or stream and is almost 13 kilometers far from there. Local people used to call Pangi put to the village. There are only 20 families living in the village. Moreover, they have a small Gumpa. It is nicely preserved and maintained as considering their valuable cultural heritage. The Gonpa is a place of their all happy and sorrowful moments of life. Their hope, faith practices are also connected to the Gonpa. The Gonpa enshrines many blessing receptacles of the body, the statues, the speech, and the holy scriptures, and the mind, the stupas, as the mark of the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, and other lineage masters or gurus from the Tibetan schools of Buddhism. The Gonpa witnessed all their religious and cultural mega events of the village in the year. So this Gonpa also plays important role in the existence of Buddhist culture and tradition in the valley too. Now I just come to the point of conclusion. Every village, every village and valley has its own special importance and some history. Similarly, and the Batori or Buddhist villages inhabited in the Pangi Valley has its own unique tradition and some oral history that that physical uniqueness and traditional narration makes a village different from one another. The spread and existence of Buddhism in Pangi is quite possible due to all those Gonpas established in the Batori villages and the tireless contribution of local people and concerned venerable masters of the Gonpa. In the present age of change and development, the situation of all Gonpas are improving better due to exposure to the villagers, but still and they are not well versed in Buddhist teachings and all important thoughts of Buddhism. They are just following it because of their ancestors and elder generation. They have no deep knowledge and even about their daily practices and prayers. Hence, it is very essential to open up some Buddhist schools in the valley where Buddhist younger generation could learn their language and Buddhist teachings along with all modern education. A strong registered association is needed to set up to unite the people and facilitate Buddhist knowledge and moral education to them. And it also could work for preservation and propagation of Buddhist culture, education practices, heritage, and so on. That can convey good lesson for their coming generation. Of course, there is no clear date about the spread of Buddhism in Pangi, but at present it is greatly propagated in Pangi Valley. Those Buddhist places are really visit worthy and adventurous too. All the Gonpas in the valley also needed some financial support from all religious stakeholders, well-wishers, and state and the central government agencies for their proper maintenance and further development. Because they are Buddhist valuable treasure and identity of all past and present generations. Indeed, their every wholesome deed moves around the Gonpa for their happy and peaceful life. So this actually paper is based on my secondary study and also my field work. So I will also share some photos later on. I will send to the organizer some clips, some photos regarding the Gonpas and some landscape pictures to the organizer if they publish in future. So I will share some pictures of those. Due to some shortage of time, I could not prepare PPT. For the reason I'm sorry. So once again, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizer, especially Professor C. Pandar Rauji, and also thanks to the chairperson, and also thanks to all the scholars, and also thanks to Professor Vimlender Kumarji. He is also very scholar in Buddhist studies and also our department's external member. He used to visit Shanti Niketan and also give us good suggestions. So thanks once again to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonamji, for presenting an illuminating paper on the spread of Buddhism in Pangi Valley of Chamba in Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Sonamji. How many Gonpas are there in the Pangi Valley?
Total five. I have mentioned total five.
Total five.
Total five. Actually, some new Gonpas are some new, actually total 5 as a old gonpa, but some new gonpas are also establishing. So in this way there are 7. So if I only consider the old gonpas, then it is only 5. If I include the some new built gonpas, then the number is 7 total.
And what about the tourists?
Tourists actually only in the summertime, local tourists from actually road is that area is connected via Jammu to Kishtwar, Doda Kishtwar. That way you can also travel, and other way is from Chamba itself. There is a pass that one has to cross, which is 14,000, more than 14,000 height in meter. Then the third way is from Manali. Via Manali, one can also reach the valley.
Okay, thank you, Sonamji. And
Welcome, sir.
anyone
Welcome,
else? Anyone else? Any question, queries? Now paper is open for discussion. Thank you, Sonamji. I think your paper is quite
Thank you, sir.
illuminating, so no
Thank you.
question are being asked. Now the next speaker is Dr. Preeti Oja. She is an assistant professor in St. Andrews College, University of Mumbai. The title of her paper is Buddhism and a Spread of Religion Through the Inner Nuances of Caves, a case study of Western India. So, Preeti ji.
Yes. Namaste to all. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, and heartfelt thanks to the organizer, Professor Dr. C. Upendra Rao Sarji, for giving me this opportunity to come here and be a part of such an esteemed gathering. May I please share my screen, Chairperson?
Sure, why not?
Do you have the screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So, would like to put a small case study, not on a very elaborated paper, but then again, Buddhism and spread of religion through the inner nuances of caves. When we are looking at the topic from a larger perspective, sometimes we realize that, I mean, it's a very, parallel vertical in any kind of a study of syncretism when we go ahead. But still would like to put my paper from a very specific angle, and that angle is just how caves, not only from the architectural or maybe the heritage point of view, but how it has served a complete, consistent approach toward the spread of religion. So when we look at this, caves in India not only show extraordinary example of architectural skill and a very fascinating cultural heritage from that era, but they are also significant to our knowledge, since they include some important historical facts and legends. So caves, as a part of cultural studies, religious studies, they have served very important purposes in various cultures across the world. So from being a place of shelter to being a place of solitude to being a place of burial. And when we are looking at it from the spread of Buddhism as a religion, Buddhists in Asia, they have adopted these high and sometimes very distant burrows into temples, converting them into some real beautiful monasteries in remote locations. So these are there are several amazing caves in India, each with a very unique story to tell about how it came to be. Every cave has a very exquisite way of looking at it, including sculptures or paintings, and inside and outside both, they play a very important role in understanding the nuances of religion. For generations together, craftsmen have chiseled into rock and used the walls as their canvas, transforming these previously maybe natural, unsavory places into beautiful places for contemplation, devotion, and sometimes even group spiritual gatherings. So with this reference, when we talk about Indian Buddhist caves, and especially with reference to the Western part of western states of India. I've taken the liberty to extend the central region also into my studies. So when we are talking about Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, I mean, of course, not very much western when we consider, but again, very kind of a connected part when we talk about the caves. And these are some of the very, very prominent caves which has actually played a very a significant role in the spread of Buddhism, not only into that region, but also has played a role in connecting, providing that connection to the regions, religions, and to the time span. So Andhra Pradesh, when we say these are the important caves we can talk about. In Bihar, of course, we cannot not talk about Bihar when we talk about Buddhism and Indian context. In Gujarat, of course, western state of India, we have, though Gujarat is interestingly not very much known for its impact on Buddhism, or maybe as a religion, or maybe as a transmission of culture. But interestingly, we have found so many beautiful caves in Gujarat also, which has actually spread a very which has become prominent landmark into the history of spread of Buddhism in India. Karnataka, of course, we have 3 important caves, and Pandava caves has been in talk of spread of religion from the scriptural point of view also. Talk about Madhya Pradesh, and it is like a complete the plethora of caves here, and the kind of spread of the religion. Actually, the time is not sufficient enough with all of us to talk about each and every cave, but still Madhya Pradesh, being a central state, Madhya Pradesh also is very strategically placed when we talk about even the ancient routes of transport and trade and religion. So we are going to talk about this in the further slides, but these are some of the caves which I have actually put efforts to put it together, to look at it from the spread of religion, spread of Buddhism point of view. Maharashtra, of course, we have 2 different areas to talk about. First is the Mumbai, in and around Mumbai, and the other areas which is actually expanding up to Aurangabad, Nashik and all. And each and every region has put in a very, very strong influence over the spread of Buddhism. In Rajasthan, if we go a little bit up on the northern side, of course, we have 3 important caves to talk about in Rajasthan also. So when we talk about these particular areas, we can say that the Buddhist caves in India, they are a very significant aspect of Indian rock cut architecture. So usually when we look at the caves, the first thing comes to our mind is the architectural beauty and architectural importance. And they are sometimes among the world's most prolific instances of rock cut architecture. And as per the available data, as per the Indian government study data, there are almost 1,500 as of today known rock cut constructions, including about 1,000 created by Buddhists. And the period is also very significant for us to study, 200 BC to 600 CE. So out of this 1,500, almost more than 1,000 created by Buddhists, 300 by Hindus, and almost approximately 200 by Jain monks. So many of these structures, they house internationally significant work of art, and many, sometimes we can also connect it to the later Mahayana caves with the, embellished kind of, artifacts. So these constructions from antiquity and the Middle Ages are important feats of structural engineering and also the craftsmanship. When we talk about the route, as I told you, that caves have traditionally been, revered sometimes as sacred sites in India. And natural caves, there are 2 kinds when we talk about this architectural or maybe the structural importance. There are natural caves and there are man-made caves, and both are extensively used by all these 3 religions, that is Buddhists and Hindus and Jains, for different purposes. So natural caves were thought to have same sanctity as expanded or fully man-made caves. In reality, because all Indian religion structures, including freestanding ones, like when we talk about temples, are all small and dark without natural light. So whenever we are talking about any Indian, kind of a temple or a mandir or any such structure, the sanctum sanctorium is always kind of a very closed kind of a place without natural light. The sanctuary gives the same cave-like sensation of sacredness. So caves have been used for meditation, shelter, art, burials, and worship, as I've earlier, discussed in my introduction part. Now, when we talk about this is also one of the reasons why this roadmap or route map is important for us to understand that this also becomes a very prominent part of the trade and kind of other roadways, railways, later part of the centuries. But when we talk about this particular, so we can actually find that most of the caves are a part of maybe this is also a site thought that as a part of the in or as a part of the on the way, on the journey shelters, it has come into existence, and gradually it has started having that individual standalone importance. So as we can say that in the 3rd century BC, rock-cut caves were created in the western Deccan Plateau, which covers much of the southern part of India. But the caves today, what we are finding very much of the importance are Bhaja, Karla, and Ajanta caves. So they are somewhere in between Deccan part and the western part. They are among the earliest rock-cut monastic institutions. The monks and the affluent traders, they had a very fruitful partnership in those days, and judging by the cave finds, we can actually see that they were nicely, cohabiting together. So the Bhaja caves were on a key commerce route, as I told you, trade route, connecting to north and south of India. And traders from the Roman Empire and the Southeast Asia often funded the construction of pillars and arches and reliefs and cave facades sometimes. And we are going to see in further slides that sometimes even these caves, the construction or sometimes even the maintenance, also they were supported by the kings and the monarchs. So this kind of caves, they have some really grand architecture of that particular time. The Buddhist missionaries, they often accompanied commerce or traders throughout India, Nepal, Tibet, propagating Dhamma and Dharma. So it's a very good, amalgamation, a coexistence of trade and religion put together. When we talk about the earliest, the rock-cut caves, we basically start with Bihara, when Barabara caves are, considered to be the earliest rock-cut found in India. Two of these, caves, that is Karan Chopper and sometimes even Lomas Rishi, also are said to be concentrated on Buddhist by King Ashoka, and then continued with the construction by his grandson also. So most Buddhist shrines and monasteries in the Western Deccan are in the period of 100 BC to 170 CE. So here we can also, coincide with the historical up and down of the kind of supportive kings and their kingdoms, which has actually benefited the spread of Buddhism and the making and the maintenance of the caves. They were apparently originally accompanied by wooden constructions that decayed over time. So historically, rock-cut caves and temples were adorned with wood-like textures. Sometimes when I'm going to put those pictures also in on some slides, that I mean the entire structure looks very much like any temple, maybe in the southern India or maybe in northern India. But finally, the bays were always, the remains today are more or less rock, structures. During the Roman Asian maritime trade boom, wealthy businessmen commissioned lavish cave temples with pillars and arches and complex facades. So some of the ruins are still available and visible in some of the well-kept caves. Going ahead with Sir, am I audible, visible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Visible also.
Thank you, sir. Starting with our western part, when we talk about Mumbai, the central place of Western India, we have one very prominent structure called Kanheri Caves. They are also sometimes called lungs of Mumbai because this is situated in a national park. This is the only city having a national park in the middle of the city, in the middle of the bustling metro city. But the basalt formation is having a very kind of a composite structure, which is having the amalgamation of Indian styled architecture also very prominently visible. The other side of Mumbai, when you see the one side is the Kanheri, the other side comes to Elephanta Caves, middle of the ocean, and we today have retained the heritage part, of course, UNESCO heritage site, and then completely, I mean, in complete shape, we have only 7 caves available today. The others are completely ruined, but still, it is actually providing a very, kind of a connecting link between East and West, respectively. Again, we go a little bit further from Mumbai in Maharashtra itself, and then we are talking about Aurangabad. 2 places very prominently, on the map of Buddhist cultural trail or maybe Buddhist religious trail. Ellora Caves and Ajanta Caves. Ellora is famous for its largest single monolithic excavation in the world. So what you are seeing right now on the screen is considered as one of its kind of structure in the entire world. And it is also very interesting for us to see that this is again an amalgamation of Hindu and Buddhist, because the remains were found were almost completely Hinduist and Shaivic tradition, but the religious spread were much found with the Buddhist monks and Buddhist panthis. So this is again we are having a look at the Ellora, the grand structure, monolithic structure. A little bit further from Aurangabad, and then we have Ajanta Caves. Again, we have a history going back to Hinayana phase of Buddhism. This is considered as a horseshoe shape, almost in an area of almost 76 meters, and then they're excavated in different periods. Of course, today we are looking at it as a one comprehensive structure, but the excavation has actually happened. And then very interesting history also, Buddhist religion is connected with each and every phase of excavation, starting ranging from 2nd century BC to 6th century AD. So this is something about the western part, Maharashtra. And again, when I take you a little bit further, again in Maharashtra, without going changing the state, of course, then we have something called the Nashik area and Nashik caves. So when we talk about Nashik caves, of course, I would, before that, I would like to give you a little bit inners and outers of the Ajanta and Ellora caves. So the interiors are completely, what we can say today is a very structured and very well planned kind of structure here. That means when we say that it was of course made as a kind of a transit, or maybe for people in transit, for monks in transit, for religious leaders in transit. But it was not only meant for, it was a very, I think this is the time, this is also kind of a evidence that it was a very institutionalized structure, because when you are having multiple rooms and multiple facilities and with larger, town hall kind of facilities and complete, panoramic views from inside and outside, we actually, we had to believe that by the time the spread of religion was not only the ultimate goal, it was also in itself a complete individual standalone institution. So each cave is not only a cave, but again, I would like to say that maybe a kind of a monastery also, where individual group or maybe with one individual leader and the disciples used to use that particular phase. So we can say that the entire structure of Chaitya. Chaitya, again, we know that from the rock cut caves, when we have shifted into second generation, that is the man-made caves, and this kind of structures we have started having. And Kalra caves, again in Maharashtra, having this beautiful kind of a structure like Great Chaitya. And then this has been followed after this. Man-made caves have started having this kind of elegance, this kind of grandeur, which were never earlier found in the rock cut caves. Now, why I'm talking about Nashik caves? Because these are some of the it's a set of caves, and sometimes we can see that how beautifully king's support or the monarch's support and the tradesmen's support with religion leaders can create not only the religious spread, but of course can create a kind of a very beautiful heritage, architectural kind of jewels. So these are two areas where Nashik caves, not known by many, but still puts a very important point here for us to understand that how this central part of India, maybe western central region of India, has been kind of a epicenter for the spread of religion, spread of Buddhism, by mixing it very beautifully with the architecture and taking care of the natural areas. So these are some of the views we can find out that a very systematic structure in and out. But again, as I would like to put your little attention here, that unlike Ellora caves, we are not finding any deities or any sculptures or any godlike entities here. So here also that means that some of the caves were actually kind of having that kind of a sanctum sanctorium with a deity, with an idol or something like that. Maybe in a later phase where the Hinduism was in picture, and then they have started using these caves. But some of these caves, for example, these Nashik caves, are absolutely kind of a transit kind of or maybe a kind of just collective living or a community living experience for the religious people. So again, this is a very important part for us to understand that religion was not only meant for the worship and rituals, that was also adding a lot of value for the community kind of a feeling. Little bit about the second generation caves, of course. When we talk about so the second generation, that is the man-made caves, when it has started coming into existence. Just a minute, sir. I'll just open my paper. Okay, before that, would like to say a few words about these Nashik caves, what we have seen right now. Inscription of King Krishna of the Satavahanas dating from 100 to almost 70 BC. The preservation of cave temples is a result of their being less visible and hence less vulnerable to the damage than wood and masonry. So even today, these caves are not very much on the prominent route of that cultural the heritage pilgrimage when we are talking about it. Around 1200 caves temples remain mostly Buddhist. So today, this is what is the biggest chunk of Buddhist caves in Maharashtra. Surprisingly, interestingly, not coming on the main highlighted trail when we talk about the Buddhist tourism or tourism trail or pilgrimage. The monks' homes were named viharas here, of course, very prominent Buddhist influence, while the cave shrines were called chaityas. So it is again very interesting to find these two kind of combination here. It had an inner circular chamber with pillars to construct kind of a pradakshina, what we call today, kind of a circular ritual around the stupa, and they also had an outer rectangular hall for devotees or the congregates. That means, of course, this was kind of a very institutionalized, established center for religion. Little bit going ahead. So when we talk about the second wave, that means from 5th to 6th century CE. So after the 2nd century CE, cave building declined, presumably due to emergence of Mahayana Buddhism and resulting architectural and artistic output in Gandhara and Amravati. So this also has played a prominent role in the second generation caves, what we call today. So while Ajanta and Ellora were great achievements, they were short-lived as Hinduism, superseded Buddhism in the subcontinent in that period, and then standalone temples became more common. There are almost so today when we are talking about Ajanta, we have almost 30, approximately 30 rock cut caves near a waterfall fed spring in the Sahyadri highlands. So this Buddhist cave, which dates back to the 2nd or the 1st century BC, is located along major trade routes. Again, as I have already told, that this has also played a very important role in the popularity or maybe the survival also to some extent. So there is an abundance of ornate sculpture, finely carved columns and reliefs, as well as cornices and pillars. Expert carvers have carved living rock to resemble timbered wood. If you see it here, this is all rock cut, and on the screen also we can find it that it's quite resembling to the wood carving. Little bit further in the second generation, if you go out of Maharashtra, then little bit of southern side, if you come, then in Andhra Pradesh, Kurnool district is having some of the most famous, caves. Buddhist monks lived and meditated in the cave somewhere near Kurnool, what we call Belum today. And after the Maurya Empire fell, several monks escaped to Andhra, and they were welcomed by the Satavahanas there. And near Vishakhapatnam, Buddhist rock cut caves available even today, also preserved in well condition. Several Buddhist caves and sculptures show Buddhist monks lived there for a very, very long time. But also it is having some, coexistence, evidence of Jain and Hindu involvement in that particular place. Now, as I was telling you something about Gujarat, one minute, sir, I'm going back and forth in my slides. I'm so sorry. Yes. Not very well-known part of history, but still history says that Buddhism arrived in Gujarat via Maharashtra, of course, adjoining state. And hence most early caves are along the coast. And of course, Gujarat is connected through coastline also. So one of the oldest, caves available today is in Junagadh district, and this is called Khapra Kodia. Access to the cave is via unpaved street of old Junagadh district. Now, interesting, fact here is Junagadh for a very long time was ruled by Muslim rulers. But during those periods also, of course, the colonial history, these caves were very safely, preserved even by the Muslim Nawab rulers of the Junagadh state also. It was also used, for some time, the Akhada yogis, because when we talk about Junagadh, we are having that Gir mountain nearby, and Gir is very much known for his tantric aspect of Hindus, Akhadas, and they have also used sometimes the Buddhist caves as their own, short-term, maybe transit place. Another, place in Gujarat. Of course, Gujarat has a very interesting history of having Buddha caves, but getting, being used by over the period of history, being used by Hindu, sadhus also, or maybe Jain monks also, because Gujarat is again having a very, important majority of Jain monks. So some of the Jain monks have used the already existing Buddhist caves and then converted into their own, establishment as their own center, maybe for Chaturmas or for maybe for other short-lived, period. So viharas actually, if we extend that religious meaning to a little bit further, we can say that the concept of vihara very nicely accepted, adopted, and used and put into practice by not only Buddhas but also by other religions like Hindus and Jain. But the cave remains a cave, and this is something which is the point of my presentation here. So very quickly now summing up the thing. So when we little bit further if we go, because I just want to put here that the route is important for all of us to understand. So if you just have a look at the screen, we are going almost up to Udaygiri, that means Odisha, and then we are crossing Madhya Pradesh, that is Bhopal. Now in between this phase, we are getting a very important part, that is Bhimbetka. Now Bhimbetka is again a very important place for all of us to uh, um, put into this larger picture, because rock shelters are an archaeological site and Paleolithic again, the earliest traces of human life on Indian subcontinent. Now, when we are connecting this here, of course, we are not finding that much of a Buddhist living part, or maybe that kind of, but then it is very resembling to the nearby areas, nearby places of the Madhya Pradesh, other available Buddhist caves. So this is also World Heritage Site, and what we are, actually looking at this is this kind of a rock shelter. But rock shelters are not only the important part. Rock shelters with the earliest, paintings available and found in the history of human beings. That is why we are talking about this as a part of our Buddhist, cultural trail. So rock paintings, of course, very, very primitive, elementary kind, but still a very important part for our studies, because similar kind of paintings and sculptures are found in some or the other Buddhist caves. So when we go further, of course, Ajanta caves, Ellora, single monolithic culture. Now, Saptaparni cave in Bihar, though it's not a very direct part of the Western India and not a prominent part of the case study. But when we talk about the Saptaparni cave, why we are talking about it? Because Saptaparni and Borobudur caves are actually the kind of a evolution, or maybe little bit evolving aspect of religion, when it was supported by the kings and monarchs, and then the caves invariably became a part of in their own, a kind of grandeur. So they have put in a lot of efforts, and the imperial, sponsorship or the aristocratic sponsorship is completely visible. So some of the, copies are also available when we visit Sanchi on a stupa. So even some of the, replica or duplicate kind of a work, so we can actually connect the caves to the stupas. That means the archaeological connection goes on, and it's a very interesting trail for all of us to follow. So this is a bit, on the caves. And the last part of what I wanted to tell you is we just cannot overlook the coexistence. So for example, this, if you are finding here, the 7-meter masterpiece of Sadashiva dominates the entrance to cave number 1 here when we talk about the existence of Hindus and, Buddhists. So Shiva, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer, of course. But when we are talking about this aspect, to some extent, even Buddhist, monks have also tried providing that kind of a shelter for the, forthcoming religions, or the forthcoming, spread of other areas of religious, studies. So with this, I stop my presentation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti, for presenting your paper. Now paper is open for discussion. Any question, queries? I think your paper is well explained, so no question and queries. And
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lastly, I have been also asked by Professor Rao to speak few words about this spread of Buddhist thought. We all know that the teachings of the Buddha remains in oral tradition for a long time. I think without the formation of the Buddhist canon, it would not have been possible to carry forward this Buddhist thought throughout the world. And whenever we talk about the spread of Buddhist thought or Buddhism, the event of Third Buddhist Council is reminded to all of us. So what I have chosen to speak to speak on is the Mahakachan. Mahakachan was one of the disciples of the Buddha. So Mahakachan and his contribution in the formation of the Theravada Buddhist canon. The formation of the Buddhist canon, particularly the Theravada Buddhist canon, started right from the day Lord Buddha turned the wheel of the Dhamma to the Panchavagyas at Isipatan Migdav. The available Theravada Buddhist canon, that is the Pali Tripitaka, is treated as the most authentic and complete collection of the Buddha Vachana by the scholars. However, a perusal of the different texts of Pali Tripitaka reveals that all the teachings contained in them are not the words of the Buddha, but also are the words of the various eminent disciples of the Buddha. It is quite evident that quite often the Buddha, instead of teaching the Dhamma in detail, used to teach the Dhamma in brief. All such teachings used to be short and cryptic, yet engrossed with profound and highly concentrated meaning. The comprehension and explanation of such teachings were left to be done by the eminent disciples like Sariputta, Moggallana, Mahakachan, and others. On detailed explanation analysis of these teachings by the eminent disciples, the Buddha used to approve them as his own teachings. And these teachings were known as Buddhanumodit. In view of his masterly exposition of such brief teachings of the master, in due course of time, the Buddha himself assigned him an epithet, the foremost of those who analyze in detail the meaning of what was stated by the Buddha in brief. Mahakachan or Kachan was born at Ujjaini, the capital of Avanti, in the family of a chaplain of King Chandpajot. His father's name being Triti Vach or Tidi Vavach, and mother Chand Padma. He was called Kachan both because of his golden colored body and Kachan being the name of his Gotra. One of the oldest and most highly respected clans of the Brahmins. Being a Brahmin and son of a priest, he had studied the three Vedas, and after the death of his father, he had succeeded him as court chaplain. At the request of King Chandpajot, he paid visit to the Buddha with his 7 friends to invite him to come to Ujjaini. However, before acceding the request of the King Kachan laid the condition that he would be permitted to become a monk after meeting the Buddha. The king was so eager to meet the enlightened one that he permitted him to do so. Kachan with 7 other courtiers reached the place where the Buddha was residing. When they meet the Buddha, he taught the Dhamma, and at the end of the discourse, Kachan along with his companions attained the stage of Arhat together with the 4 analytical knowledge. The Buddha himself gave him ordination. Then on behalf of the king, he invited the Buddha, who visited that Kachan's return to Ujjaini would suffice for a moment, as Kachan himself was capable of teaching the Dhamma and inspiring confidence in King Chandpajot. Accordingly, Kachan returned to Ujjaini with his 7 companions. On the way, he accepted alms at the house of a very poor girl of Telpanali, who later on became the chief queen of the King Chandpajot. After his arrival to Ujjaini, he stayed in the royal park with all respect from the King Chandpajot. There he preached regularly to the people who, being attracted by his sermons, joined the order in good number. Thus very soon Ujjaini became a city of saffron-colored monks. After establishing the Buddha Sasana in Avanti, Kachan came once again to the Buddha. King Chandpajot is said to have consulted Kachan on many occasions. Accordingly, a good number of verses attributed to him in the Thergatha are addressed to the king himself. Kachan is declared as one of the most eminent disciples of the Buddha, honored as the chief among expounders in full of the brief sayings of the Buddha. Kachan had made a resolve to attain his place of eminence during the time of Padmuttar Buddha. After listening the Padmuttar Buddha's praise of a monk also named Kachan, he aspired for similar proficiency. He was then a Vidyadhar. The Dhammapada Katha gives us detail regarding the life of Mahakachana. We are told that when he was dwelling at Avanti, the Buddha was residing at Savatthi in the place of renowned Upasika Visakha Migar Mata. Though separated by such a long distance from the master, yet Mahakachana used to be present whenever any sermon was delivered by the latter. We also learn from the same commentary that Son Kutikan was ordained by Mahakachana while he was living at Avanti. Kachan was a householder of Varanasi in the time of Kasa Buddha. He offered a golden brick to the Chaitya of the Buddha, which was being built over remains of the Kasa Buddha. Then he made a resolve that his body should be golden in his future work. The discourses preached by Mahakachan, which are as given below, bear witness to the fact that he often lays stress on the need of guarding the doors of senses. Some of the discourses preached by Mahakachan are the following. In Madhyama Nikaya, we find 6 suttas: Madhupindik Sutta, Sandak Sutta, Mahakaludai Sutta, Madhur Sutta, Mahakachan Bhadderak Sutta, Uddesh Vibhanga Sutta. Again, in Sanjukta Nikaya, we find under Khand Sanjukta, Haliddikani Sut, Dvitiya Haladdikani Sut. In Salaitan Sanjukta, Haladdikani Sut and Lohitya Sut. And in Aguttar Nikaya, we find in under Duk Nipat, Samachit Vag, Sutta number 4, and Chatuk Nipat, Chak Nipat, Mahakachan Sutta, Sutta number 8, and Dasak Nipat, Kali Sutta, Sutta number 3. If I go in detail of all the contents of these sutta, it will take a long time, so I just summarize here. Thus, we find that among the disciples of the Buddha, Mahakachana has contributed a lot towards the formation of the Buddhist state. So, this was my brief presentation, and I think now few minutes are left for us, and we can have discussion on all the papers if somebody wants to have. Otherwise, all the 3 papers were well presented. And sir, Rao sir,
yes,
now
yes. Thank you very much, Professor Rajesh Ranjanji. You have perfectly chaired the session and managed the timing, and you yourself have presented in short notice. So we are very thankful to you, and we are very honored that all the way from Nalanda, because without the participation of Nalanda, how can a Buddhist conference be successful? So I'm also thankful to Professor Vimlendra Kumarji for intimating you this to chair. Now I think this is the 1:20 p.m. I think no short remarks are okay within 5 minutes, but better to leave this meeting, and we will start it at 2:30 for the next session. We can have lunch, we can have some rest, because it is not easy to sit in front of computer and laptop constantly.
right.
I advise all of you, after the valedictory session, have a very long walk or running or jogging, so that your muscles will be relaxed.
Right.
Technology is providing so many benefits, really amazing benefits nowadays, because we can see people from Europe, people from America, people from other states of India. I can see Bhante from Taiwan. So, but still we have these drawbacks, and we had to do some walking after the meeting. So, Professor Vimlendra ji, do you want to say any very briefly, within 1 or 2 minutes only, how you felt this session? I think Vilenji is not ready. So we can take break. Rajesh Ranjanji, you can wind up this.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you to all paper presenters and all the participants. Thank you. Thank
And
you.
last session will be chaired by Professor Vijay Kumar Jainji instead of Professor Mahesh Devkar, because he is busy with academic council today. And I'm thankful to Professor Vijay Kumar Jainji for accepting to chair the last session. Last session means this after lunch.
After lunch.
After this session, immediately we will start the valedictory session. Thank you so much. Thank you. We can leave this and we can join it.
Have a good lunch, sir.
Professor Jain had joined. Vijay Kumar Jain ji, you had joined.
Hello. Hello.
So hope that after Professor Vijay Kumar will join, we will start this session. Vijay Kumar Jain ji will chair this session. Let me show this session how many scholars will present. This is our session. Instead of Professor Vijay Kumar Mahesh Devakarji, because he is busy, that's why Professor Vijay Kumar Jain from Lucknow will chair this session. In this session, we have 3 paper presentators. One is Dr. Pramaha Chakrapol Achara Shubho Tepa.
Yes, Professor, I am.
You are here, okay.
Yes.
He is a faculty of religion and philosophy, Mahamakut Buddhist University of Thailand. Very nice, Bhante. So we have visited Mahamakut Buddhist University, and very nice university. And then Dr. Jojan Job. Is it correct, your name, Jojan Job? You had to unmute, I think. We cannot hear you. Just you had to. Some problem is there. Now you unmute and speak. Pramaha, yeah. Now you are admitted.
Okay, Professor, I am ready.
Okay, you are here and okay, Bhante. Our session will start. Your sound is giving resound, Mr. Completely giving a lot of resound.
It's okay now, sir?
Now it is okay.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir.
Now it's okay. He's an assistant professor from the Department of Philosophy, Madras Christian College, Tamil Nadu. He will present today the interesting paper Zhuangzhong and Fragrance of Nalanda in the Land of China. Very nice. And Mr. Ripunjay Nath, he's present here. Ripunjay Nath is not present. So he will also speak on historical background of Buddhism in Northeast Asia, Northeast India. So if Professor, now join Professor Vijay Kumar Jain ji has joined. Professor Jain ji, Professor Vijay Kumar Jain ji, we are waiting for you. Professor Jain ji, I think he's connecting to his mic.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Jain ji, we were waiting for you, and now I think you can start. The Bhante is ready.
Okay. 1 minute. After 1 minute.
Yeah. So Bhante Pramaha,
Yeah.
are you teaching in Mahamakut University?
Yeah, Professor. I
Yeah.
am a full-time lecturer here.
Okay. What do you teach, Bhante, there?
Exactly, I teach English for study philosophy, religions, and Buddhism.
Very nice. So now, Jain ji, your floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Upendra Rao ji and organizers for giving me the opportunity. Now you are all of welcome in the 6th session, last academic session. Dr. Brahma Chakrapol, Achar
Yes.
Subho.
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
So I invite you to presenting for paper. Your topic, you are the faculty member of religion and philosophy, Mahamukut Buddhist University, Thailand. Thank you very much. And your topic is the journey of Tripitaka translation to Vietnamese through Sanskrit in 3rd BC. So please, your time limit is for presenting 20 minutes.
Thank you, Professor. Now
yes,
let's
try to finish within 20 minutes. Yes.
Respectful to Professor Upenda, the host, and Professor Lakachen, the commentator. So I am Pramaha Chakrapon Acharasupo. So now I work in full-time lecturer in Mahamakut Buddhist University. So my papers go to the topics of the journey of Tipitaka translations to Vietnam through Sanskrit in the 3rd century. This paper came from the 1 hour research with my friend Vietnamese monk who presented yesterday. This is a part of the research. So my research divides into two phases of the period to talk about the journey or the track of Buddhist scripture. So let I share my anyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. By the technique. Okay, I will start by the technique I cannot share right now. So the Long.
You
Was
can,
it the
you
first
can share.
capital?
You can
Yes.
share your screen. You have any problem in sharing?
Yes, Professor. Let
No.
me check.
You can share very easily.
Yeah, yeah.
Share that green button, share screen. Press on the share screen, green.
Yeah, yeah.
And then just now we saw your presentation.
Second minute. Okay, now I will share.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
The history of this period start from the important place they know in the Vietnamese Lulong temple or Lulong area is the initial established Buddhism in Vietnam. First capital of the Han Dynasty, Chinese denominations of the Sao Chao. Sao Chao is a legend in early periods of Vietnam. So according to Ban Ninh province of northern Vietnam, the literature found many sources in this area by the translations of Indian and Chinese Buddhist monk in the center of Lulong. We call this like a school or Buddhist center to spread Buddhism in the north part of Vietnam. The Buddhist belief promote after Ashoka dynasty in the 300 years Buddhist era, following the voyage of the solar and trade through the maritime. Buddhist monks to propagate the Buddhism with their broad knowledge, contributions, the influence of Buddhism, Hinduism, and Sanskrit literature could be truthfully integrated into these legends, combined with the Cambodian Cham or Champa, Indonesia, Malaysia, and a little part of the Thai, in a little part of the Laos and Thailand nowadays. In the Cambodian architecturologists have found 4 stone tablet cast in Sanskrit. The relations between the Champa kingdom and China began in the year 119 to 193 century AD. In the Quang Nam province, the Dang Dak Buddha statues, one of the most beautiful example belonging to the Indian Amalavati Craving School, was found in here. So the first phase Buddhism spread in the Vietnam in the Tam Dao Mountains. Tam Dao Mountains. Okay. There was the Tian's Pagoda, which had a genealogies on Hong King. This pagoda is also named Chao Tian Chi or Hill Temple. But in the Sanskrit, we can remain to the Nalaka. Li Daoyuan and his friends comment by the Sanskrit literature, and did to the temple take names by the word of Nalaka. The point of interest is the Untitled located around the mountains of names Tambang or Tam Dao. This area where there was ancient coral with evidence from the island made arrow strength forward such as archaeology records show that since the Hong King, this land was once the military and political center of Lakviet governments. In the ancients, they call themselves Lakviet, is Vietnam nowadays. And then in his work, History of Buddhism in Vietnam, Professor Lee Mang That wrote that the hunter in Vietnam thus allowed 300 to 400 AD could see the temple and tower building by the King Asoka. They believed like that, and then they wrote in the historical of Vietnam. In Nan Li and Ang Diep district, it is more or less an allusion to Sona missions sent by King Asoka. So it is mighty believed by the local people. More less an allusions to Sona mission sent by King Asoka. It is not unreachable for Linam Chu Kwa to record. But Su Tong Tu was taught Buddhism by the Buddhist monk named Phat Quang based on one Chinese scholar's materials. King Ashoka's stupa can be found in Quang Chu, ancient northern Vietnam, at the they call Muri War, the border between Chinese and Vietnam nowadays, affirming that the Nehru War is the present Vietnamese coastal city of Tao San. South India was the first region which witnessed the appearance of Mahayanic Mantan Sutta in Chinese, spread and originate by Sanskrit, reached to Vietnam, and then translate initially. And for example, the Diamond Sutta, well known in Vietnam, is one of the most important Mahayana Sutra in the Panchayat collections. Based on the collections of Panchayat Sutra, the learned Nagarjuna promoted the famous middle way or Madhyamaka, which has a profound influence on Vietnamese Buddhism, as it is on China before and through to Vietnam. The oldest of the Mahayana traditional texts in the collections of Panchayana texts was translated to Chinese first and carry on to translate to Vietnamese. The important sutra example like Asta Sarika Pachayana and Satra Sarika Pachayana, Sukhavati Vajunha Sutra, and Amitabha Sutra. Also, most of these originate from Chinese. In the sense of Vietnam people, they think Buddhism not true or dialect from the original Indian, but through the Chinese by Sanskrit first. But later, in the second phase, Vietnam was ruled by the Chinese from around 100th century to the 10th century, to the 200th century. As a result, Classic Chinese was the official language in Vietnam until around the middle of the 19th century during the Tang dynasty. In the medieval Vietnam, there were sporadic efforts to create and let I check. Create the Quang Nam source initiated by the characters of Chinese, but then after past the 15th century, they used the Quang Nam letter to translate Buddhist source, Buddhist collection into Vietnam languages. Let me stop for just few minutes. For the system of demotic script to be used for transcribing vernacular Vietnamese, however, this script was based on Chinese radical and phonetics and required fluency in the classical Chinese. So it was never able to repeat classical Chinese. Most Buddhist literature in Quảng Nam consists of translations of Buddhist texts from Chinese. Quảng Nam translations of Buddhist texts began in the 19th century with the translations of the Guan Yin Chi Chi returning to the source. A Chinese text on the practice of Pure Land Buddhism during the 19th century. The fact of Thong Thuys later in around 19th century, the important monk Tít Minh Chu, then rector of One Han Buddhist University, translated the whole Pali Tipitaka or whole Pali Nikaya into Quảng Nam letter. Even the fact the Vietnamese Buddhism is predominantly Mahayana by the Minh Quang work was a remarkable contribution to the country Buddhist literature. Okay, come to the end of my presentation. The conclusion is shortly. In the conclusion, Buddhism, Tripitaka in the first phase came to Vietnam by the 3rd century. Most of their belief is originated from Chinese language and then translate sutra by sutra, not complete whole the Tipitaka, but mixed between the Mahayana and Theravada Sutra until 19th century. The Tripitaka of Theravada came and accepted and adopted by the Vietnamese. Then the university, One Han Buddhist University in Vietnam, make a formal translations, and until the 20th century it was completed. My presentation is short and briefly. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Brahma Chakrapol Acharya Subodh Therpoji. Your paper was very good and clear. I think a paper is open for discussion if some question. No question. So next speaker is, I invite next speaker, Professor Mr. Jojan Job. Mr. Jojan Job.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, so I invite
Can
you.
I show my screen?
Of course.
Screen.
I introduce you. I want to introduce you.
Yes.
Jojan Job, a assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy, Madras Christian College, Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
Its paper title is Yuan Chang and the Fragments of Nalanda in the Land of China. So please present your paper within time limit.
Yes. 1 second, sir. It's,
We can see your screen very well. You start
Yes.
PowerPoint.
yes,
start
PowerPoint.
slide.
Let me present my PowerPoint, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
We can
yes.
see clearly.
Whether you can see the PowerPoint now?
Yeah, you can see. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You
One
start
second.
slideshow.
Yes, yes. Yes. So I will just 1 second.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening, all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present this paper in this prestigious institution. This is about Nalanda. I have visited Nalanda a few years back, so I took some photographs that I will show in between also. So yeah, this is about the life and life of Huyan Sang, who traveled India, and then he went back. He traveled to India and went back, and then he made the fragrance spread everywhere in China through his works. That life I'm trying to trace. So this Buddhist scholar, late Dr. Devhudi, in her work, The Unknown Huyan Sang, she summarizes the life of Huyan Sang. As Huyan Sang, whose family name was Chen, was born in AD 602 at Jinliu near the town of Kaohsiu in Hunan province of China. He died at the age of 62 in Yufa Jade Flower Palace Monastery near the main capital Chang'an in AD 664. Huyan Sang spent 14 years of his life from AD 630 to 44 in India as a Buddhist pilgrim. The length of his sojourn at various places in the country was determined by what they had to offer by way of Buddhist lore and learning. He stayed in Kashmir for 2 years, China in eastern Punjab for 14 months, and Nalanda for 5 years, and in what may be described as Buddha country in and around Magadha for 2 years. He spent the remaining years in other places, including the Deccan and the South. He left India in early 644, and after a few months stay in Khotan, reached the Chinese capital in April 645. This is what she has given. So Huyan Sang was an ambassador of culture and spirituality. His enthusiasm led him to travel to India to learn various aspects of Buddhism. Tang Emperor Taizong requested him to write a complete account of his journey. So his Huyan Sang was born in China. He became master of the area he studied. His enthusiasm and spiritual quest encouraged him to travel and find the differences in various Buddhist sects. He wanted to study on the real Buddhist works by going to the birthplace and the cradle of Buddhism. So it was a difficult journey through mountains and plateaus. Almost 1 year he took to reach India. Tashkent, Samarkand, Balkh, Bamiyan are some of the places he visited during his travel. So his travel experiences were very rich. Historians and archaeologists were able to locate many ancient centers because of the details given by Huyan Sang, otherwise it was not possible. Siyuki, his famous work is considered as one of the classical texts of China and other Buddhist nations. The full title of the work is Records of Western Lands of the Great Tang Period. So this is one of the pages from the Tang records on the Western regions. So Samuel Beale, the translator of the Siyuki, he wrote that they never did more devoted pilgrims leave their native country to encounter the perils of travel in foreign and distant lands. Never did disciples more ardently desire to gaze on the sacred vestiges of their religion. Never did men endure great sufferings by desert, mountain, and the sea than these simple-minded, earnest Buddhist priests, because many people travel, because including Marco Polo, we know that is a great traveler, but at the same time, one with the thirst of knowledge to fulfill the enthusiasm or to get the knowledge, no one has traveled like Huyan Sang. So this is a long journey. We can see that at last he reached his final destination, Bodh and in Nalanda University. There he met the teacher Shilabhadra, a senior monk who taught him Yogacaras, which is a part of that only he studied in China. In Nalanda, he was able to learn whole aspects of Buddhism in traditional way. He also learned grammar, logic, and Sanskrit. That is why he was able to translate many Buddhist works into Chinese language. After he reached China, he spent 19 years to translate all the works he collected from Nalanda. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, one major aspect of ancestry is very sincere. He was extremely sincere. He was very clear about the purpose of his journey. He never forgot to narrate what he has seen and experienced in various places. So, Stuart Gordon, when Asia was the world, he has written that after the years of mountains and after the years of mountains, rivers, kings, and hospitality, Huyan Sang arrived with a great ceremony at the renowned Nalanda monastery, which at the time housed 10,000 monks in a variety of residences. The monastery provided Huyan Sang with quiet quarters, more than adequate food, and a novice to assist him. He found the teacher of the test he sought and stayed for 5 years. Huyan Sang's routine included studying and copying manuscripts, listening to teachings, both Buddhist and Brahminic, participating in the rituals and discussions, and visiting Buddhist sites throughout the region. So in Siyuki, in his work Siyuki, Buddhist Records of the Western World, Huyan Sang wrote, "The day is not sufficient for asking and answering profound questions. From morning till night, they engage in discussion. The old and the young mutually help one another. Those who cannot discuss questions out of the Tripitaka are little esteemed and are obliged to hide themselves for shame. Learned men from distant cities on this account, who desire to acquire quickly renown in discussion, come here in multitudes to settle their doubts, and the streams spread far and wide." When he studied in Nalanda, he was able to see and interact with the thousands of monks and secular researchers studying there. The pupils studied mainly Mahayana Buddhism and other schools of Buddhism. Monks were also trained in Veda, logic, Sanskrit, medicine, etc. It is recorded that Huyan Sang spent almost 5 years to study in Nalanda. He spent his time not only to study and travel, but also to collect maximum documents of Buddhist works and sutras from Buddhist centers to make a library in China and to translate in Chinese language. Sally Hovan Riggins is one of the great biographical writers of Huyan Sang. She has written a beautiful book called The Silk Road Journey with Huyan Sang. It's a beautiful travelogue also. She writes that these could be packed in the 527 boxes, whatever he collected, he would take back with him to China. Huyan Sang not only was seeking the truth for himself, but was collecting 224 sutras and 192 treatises from the Mahayana works, as well as the sayings, rules of discipline, and treatises from 6 Hainan schools to form a library of truths. His Chinese compatriots at home would need never be confused by varying translation. They could read the text for themselves from original sources. And that's what he was successful in that also. So Nalanda comes to us as a famous university during the Gupta period. Even though it started earlier, it got a definite shape only in the 4th century, where Sang was a famous Chinese visited Nalanda in the 7th century. It was a period of the rule of Tang dynasty in China and Harsha in northern India. He studied and worked as a teacher in Nalanda. Because he was a student as well as he was a teacher also. From the descriptions of Huyan Sang, we come to know that not only about the education system, but also the physical structure of Nalanda University. Since Nalanda was getting sponsorship from this travel discourse, only Alexander Cunningham identified the ancient university, Nalanda. So this is a great university which Cunningham was able to trace it and found it. Gradually, Nalanda turned to mounts. It was, yeah, you can see that Nalanda was the pinnacle of its academic heights at that time. And the pilgrims spent about 4 years there. The later events show that Huyan Sang was the last great translator of Buddhist works. A modern scholar, he writes that in the 7th century Huyan Sang system in India, he mentioned that 18 sects of Buddhism were in India under the broad umbrella of Hinayana and Mahayana. It was here in Nalanda he received the Indian name Mokshadeva. From the records of Huyan Sang, we are informed that the ancient Nalanda University was a center of Mahayana Buddhism, and all the priests belonging to the university were compelled to study the scriptures of Mahayana and other sects. According to Huyan Sang, the discussions continued for hours at the university. Yes. So Amartya Sen, in his keynote address when he came to Chennai for the Indian Science Congress, he told about Nalanda, that Nalanda was an old center of learning that attracted students from many countries in the world, particularly China and Tibet, Korea and Japan and the rest of Asia, but a few also from as far in the west as Turkey. Nalanda, a residential university, had its peak 10,000 students studying various subjects. Chinese students in particular, such as Huyan Sang and Haijing in the 7th century, wrote extensive. Huyan Sang in 7th century, he wrote extensively on what they saw and what they particularly admired about the educational standards of Nalanda. Incidentally, Nalanda is the only non-Chinese institution in which any Chinese scholar was educated in the history of ancient India. That's what Amartya Sen mentioned. We can see that the scholars came from various areas of lives and various countries. His journey is a proof of his taste of knowledge. So this Nalanda functioned as a center of excellence due to many reasons. Anyway, Buddhism became widespread and slowly started influencing all the areas of life in China by 500 AD. That was the reason for the visits of many Chinese pilgrims to India in search of the real Buddhism and Buddhist works. So Buddhist, because it was the time from 5th century onwards, we can see that Buddhist rites and ceremonies were everywhere, temples were everywhere, monasteries were everywhere. That's what you can see. In the preface of the book, India's Perception Through Chinese Travelers, Dr. Pant writes, it is a known fact that the Indo-Chinese friendly relations date back to the hoary past. The visits of the Chinese pilgrims to India of great significance to retrace the mutual relationship between the two great civilizations of the Asian continent. These relations have developed as a result of long-lasting spiritual, political, religious, philosophical, literary, artistic exchange. Trade, but some further aroused greater interest that attracted a large number of Chinese pilgrims to visit origin home of the Buddha's